Alright, here's the deal today. So, first of all, I should probably turn my camera on. It's going to be a good way to start it. So, today Geralt is not here because he's in the America for a tournament. There's like $1,000 tournament or something going on in America, so apparently a couple of guys flew out for that, which is awesome for them. So what we're probably going to do, or what we are going to do, is first of all open a drink so we can have a good time. We're gonna work our way through what we can cast basically today. Some of the Geralt games are pre-played. So for example, the Geralt Classic game that starts off is pre-played, but none of the 2v2s in this match are pre-played. So it's going to be Geralt Classic, then Elazer Showtime, no 2v2, Spirit Heromarine, Elazer Showtime, no 2v2, and we'll conclude it after that. And then we'll go into Polish Power versus Shopify Rebellion, where I believe it's going to be a very similar story of like they didn't get the 2v2s played, so we will just work with that and see what happens. So yeah, that's what we're working with to begin with. Then later on, we have and then later on we have the second series versus the Shopify Rebellion for the Polish Power. And then after that, sorry, we get to the third series. That will be actually just fully replays because it's Liquid against CJ Entus, so that will be fully from replays. That is going to be what we do today. Cool. If that sounds reasonable to you guys, I will remind you all pretty much as we go kind of what is happening, what the dealio is. But we're going to start with Polish Power versus the Musketeers, which is going to begin with Geralt versus Classic. Like I say, this one got pre-played, but not all of them got pre-played because pre-playing is difficult. Bad organization and stuff, I don't know. Alright, so we're going to start with this and we'll get going. I knew my freaking life wasn't on. Also, they are right back up here instead of down here, whatever they were doing the other day. Alright, so in the top left-hand side, we're going to start things off with the Blue Protoss player Geralt, and he is opening this PvP against Classic in the bottom right-hand side. And getting ready to go, go, go. Pylon coming in, probe coming across, going to throw down the gateway on both sides of the map, so it's going to get those ready to roll here nice and early. So those gates coming by, the probe's coming up, and we get to try and see what's going to happen for a couple of moments in this PvP. The Musketeers looking to get off to a strong start, obviously, and definitely Classic. I mean, PvP, I think anything can happen, but yeah, Classic definitely, I think, is someone we look at and expect to kind of come in as a little bit of a favorite here. So we'll see what he can do. I am going to be doing, by the way, so I haven't done it yet, but I do plan, I've done a bunch of other admin work tonight, but I do plan on kind of doing a bunch of rejigging of the schedule. I might try and move a couple things off of Saturday next week and stuff, so there might be a little bit of movement for next week. But I'm just going to, like I say, kind of look at things and maybe reschedule a couple here and there just to try and make the formatting of the tournament a little smoother once again. So just going to work on that, and I'll give you guys an update kind of just when I have it, to be honest. So yeah, I'm going to have a look at that tonight, look at all the matches that still need played and so on. Also today, guys, we are also going to have the Polish Power versus Shopify versus Onside and Villains matches concluded. So we're actually going to wrap up a bunch of stuff that's happened so far in this first half of the league today. And then in theory, we only have 4 play days left. I think they're probably going to extend that to an extra play day or 2. And like I say, probably do a bit of rejigging on the scheduling and just trying to make it a little bit easier for everyone to participate. And like I say, just trying to clean things up a little. So we'll probably be going for that kind of a plan. I'm just going to be seeing our probe, nibbling probe. Let me get this ready to go. Is this live? No, this is this one's a replay, mate. This one's a replay. After this, we will have. It's a mixed day of events. It's a mixed day of events, so we'll see. Probe just chilling about, ready to throw down a Nexus, perhaps. Sending Stalker gathering. Both players are going to expand then early. Let me just get that underway. Twilight Council coming through, the Nexus coming about, the Warp Gate's coming up as well. And hallucinations obviously going to be put out to start scouting about and to start seeing exactly what's going on here. So we're going to start going straight across the map with this hallucination. Heading to the upper left-hand side early to go and grab some info. This hallucination of Geralt coming down to do the exact same thing. He'll arrive a little bit later. Realistically, there's nothing going to be denied here, and both are going to get to see Twilight Council from their opponents. So we are going to know that this is a Twilight Council build apiece, so both players are going to head into a Twilight Council early, and we're going to start working from there to figure out what is next. Hey, what's up, Grown Mime? Thank you for the 51-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing great. Thank you very much for supporting. Appreciate it. And, yeah, we are going to see where we can maybe go. There's going to be a cheeky little dark shrine on the bottom side there as well. It's just going to be getting that up and running, bring that straight into play. So again, we take a couple of seconds to get that positioned. Hallucination is going to be moving up toward the top as well. It's just going to bring that straight over as well. And just try and see what's up. Oh yeah, cheeky little dark shrine from Classic. Is this about to be seen by Geralt? It might be. These two adepts. Wow. They fly so close to the sun, and yet they don't actually get burned. So, yeah, they do not find that, which is unfortunate. And Classic getting away with that little hidden position. And Geralt currently has no detection on the way. Not even a robo starting to build as Classic is doing, so Geralt might be cutting a corner here. And if he cuts that corner and these DTs hit, he's going to be in some serious trouble. There might be a bit of a runaround where you have a few moments of like, hey, I'm going to like, you know, run around. My Stalker's going to try and base trade and stuff. But like, realistically, DTs against no detection is very typically good in favor of the player with the DTs. And it's not like Classic is going to be so far behind on Stalkers. It's going to be like an overwhelming army of Geralt to try and run around and do a lot of stuff while you try and figure out detection. So yeah, this is through and through looking pretty poor. The only upside is that the only DT warping point is down in this bottom left, so it's not going to be as quick, but we're still playing detectionless. So realistically, this is going to be pretty brutal as that DT just moves its way to this upper left-hand side. Stalker Sentry going to come down the left side. The couple of gates and the blink coming through. The pylons and the assimilator coming around. It's going to be seeing this pylon over here getting found, but yeah, this DT is about to cause complete and utter chaos. Goes straight into the main base. There is nothing here. We have a DT in the natural as well. Yeah, this is... I mean, this might just be game over. You see Stalker's going to start approaching. Like I say, this is the moment where you're going to try and do something. And that is indeed going to be game over. GG gets called, and Classic is going to take the opening game off of Geralt. So Classic opens strong with a 1-0 advantage and is able to take a lead on that one. All right, we're going to hop on over to Europe for the next games, guys, as we're going to be live. I host this one on NA because people are already on NA to cast, not knowing the situations. So we'll hop on over to Europe, and our matchup here is going to be between Elazer and Showtime on Celestial Enclave. So we'll get that set up and ready to go. Alright, we get everyone in here. Just move people along a little bit. Invite Showtime, find us in Elazer, and get this PVZ ready to go. Alright, ready says Elazer, ready says Showtime, and let's go into this EVP. Perfect, let's get this, guys. So, we get ready to rumble into this one, and we go, Elazer versus Showtime. Let's do this. Sweet. Alright, we're good to go. Oh, pfft. I'm so stupid, guys. For some reason, I just brain-deaded clicked the freaking run ad button when I was tapping us in game. My bad. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, that's just bad timing. That's on me. I just literally fat-fingered it. I went to click back on my OBS window, and I literally just clicked run 3 minutes of ads as reloaded into the game. Not exactly ideal, to say the least. Not exactly ideal. What ads? Yeah, good for you guys with the subs, but apologies. I mean, anyone I'm apologizing to, I guess, can't hear me, but still kind of suck. First 2 minutes I watch anyway. Yeah, I know, but seeing the ads start as the game begins is an absolute feels bad, you know? So, yeah, it's just unlucky. But yeah, just to coordinate a couple of things with you guys. So, TLDR, obviously, the first half of this league has been a mess. Now, we actually only have 4 play days officially left after this. I also have something I maybe want to do on Saturday next week. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to take the remaining matches, I'm going to do some rescheduling. I'm probably going to have to add a play day as well. And we're going to just put stricter rules in place that if basically we're going to set a new, like, it's going to be like a bit of a rejig schedule, so it's going to be new, but like we're going to try and maintain some of the schedule apart from the Saturday games, which I likely have to move. I don't know exactly yet, but TLDR, I'm going to, because there's now teams that have moved their matches, it might make sense to get some teams to kind of play 2 matches back to back, or something to that effect at least. So, yeah, there will be a bit of a rejig of the schedule, and we're going to put much stricter rules in place where basically, like, if you can't play, I need to know 5 days before. If any of your players can't play, they need to pre-play, I need to know 5 days before, and we can organize that. Otherwise, you're just getting DQ'd. So I'm going to put an announcement about that up later in the league, in the Team League Discord, and then we'll go from there. So basically, the first half of the league has been a mess, and we're going to sharpen it up for pretty much the last 4 days, which will probably turn into 5 days, because we've got a bunch of move matches that will probably drag us out to 5. I think that's probably our best way of approaching this at this point, because otherwise we're just going to permanently be in trouble. Otherwise we're just permanently in a state of never actually fixing anything, so yeah. So I think that's going to be the plan. I think that is going to be the plan. A couple of adepts are going to shade up into the high ground as they try to get a little bit annoying. I'm just going to see a couple of drones going to start to take some shots. 2, 3 drones going down pretty quickly. So a few workers going down. A few zerglings are going to get a wrap around. They're going to grab those adepts as well. So those adepts are going to get caught. 3 drones going down. Am I on the indie cam? Probably on indie cam. I'll just AFK a little bit. So I hope to maintain an actual schedule. I'm just going to be stricter. I think, like I said, I need to rejig a little bit and stuff. So yeah, I'm going to give everyone, like, basically over the weekend, they can talk to their players and confirm things. And if there's any issues with any of the days on the new schedule, they can contact me. And that's fine. I don't mind if people have issues, but I can't have people having issues the day that the rosters are meant to be submitted, right? So I'm going to give everyone, like, 72 hours to confirm. Then the schedule is locked in. And, like, for example, say if someone says, hey, we need to pre-play a game, I need to pre-play my games, then I already know that, basically. And sometimes stuff comes up, but we need to know it within, you know, at least 48 hours beforehand. Basically, when rosters get submitted, we have to know if you're pre-playing. And if you know you're going to have a major issue before that, then, yeah, we just need to know sooner. So I'm gonna get into nasty wardy mode later on and shout at them all in Discord, basically. So, we just have ourselves a few lings. I'm going to step up. We're just going to go in after this set of rocks. Let me move through for a few moments. A few Lings are going to go wandering about, a few into the natural, a few into the main base. A little bit of run by here from the Elazer to get this underway as well. Just going to see those Lings going to come wrap around. There's going to be an Adept that gets caught as well. It's just going to be a nice little catch. A few of the Zerglings coming over. It's going to be 9 probes killed. Pretty good damage from a Elazer. This is the kind of damage you want to be seeing here if you're a Elazer right now. Like, this is absolutely the dreamy kind of scenario here where you're going to be put into a really good place. Now, these Lings continue to run through. That's 22 probes currently dead at the moment, so it's a lot of dead workers. I mean, that's pretty serious for Showtime. Alas, he's only 9 workers behind, so it's not even terrible for him. It's obviously going to be more problematic, depending on what exactly, I guess, ends up happening long term. Just going to be seeing those few Lings coming about. A couple of Zelds are going to get grabbed. Going to take those out. The Adept on the other side going to get surrounded too. Just more probes going to go down here. I mean, now Elazer is taking this to a 20 worker lead, so just going to be seeing the Hydras and the Mystical Organs coming through. The few Lings jumping onto the probe. The Adept goes down as well. The Archon still stepping over. 6 probes going down. A few Zerglings on the left side going to try and move through also. Yo, what's up, El Grande King? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Yeah, Elazer just did a mega amount of damage this game. He's killed 28 probes, and at first I was like, well, Showtime's like 9 probes behind, 9 workers behind. Like, it feels okay-ish, but yeah, the extra few going down. I mean, he did a lot of damage, in fairness. He did a lot of damage. And like I say, he did it maybe not off of the highest drone count, but like hard to really argue with it when the count now is obviously so heavily against Showtime, as Elazer has very good numbers coming across this map. 113 supplied to 76. So Ling Hydra keeps coming through. And looking for a little bit of a chance to get going. Zealots and the Archons are going to be there. A couple Stalkers to push those Zerglings back. The feeling is going to go diving in toward the third base location here. Chrono boost on the probes. Showtime is going to say GG. This fell apart, and Elazer is going to end up taking this map. So Elazer will take this one, and that will be a point on the board for the Polish Power Squad. Elazer will play Showtime later on Old Republic as well. And when I say later, really in the not too distant future, because there is going to be, like I say, no 2v2 in this matchup today, as far as I'm aware. So that means we will just continue into the 1v1s. Beautiful. Sweet. Throw some invites down. We'll get Spirit in here. Get ready to resume. So Spirit versus Heromarine, then Elazer Showtime, and then that's all we can cast of this series today. Well, yeah, like I said, I'm just going to do a big old schedule rejig and get everything set. Come at this with new energy. I think I personally mentally need a reset as well. like I need a reset on this tournament too. Like I really need to see this the halfway point. We're going to change some things, and we're just going to come back stronger and end this a lot better as well. It's been a thing for the last 24 hours. 24 hours times 7 days, however long we've been trying to do all this. All right, so if we're ready, we can go straight into this one here. Marine says go, go. Waiting for Spirit to give us a go-ahead as well. And we can begin this. So, getting ready for this TVT. And we'll kick this off in just a couple moments. Get this started. I logged in. I'm staring at the schedule and stuff. Like, I'm preemptively, like, seeing what I can do to move things around, you know, to, like, try and maybe make this, you know, like a cozier ending, I guess. So, yeah, I'm just looking at what's going on, basically. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. All right, let's, go. Our players are both ready. Let's get this started off. Alright, we will take a moment then, guys. We are loading in game. Get this ready to go. Let's kick this into some action. In the top right-hand side, it is going to be a blue Terran player representing Polish Power. Going to put us at 1-1 right now. It is going to be Spirit. It's at the bottom left-hand corner. Heromarine will be the red Terran. To get this ready to go. Sorry guys, give me 1 second. Alright, Spirit from Heromarine going through. Get this set up and see where we're going and see what's happening here. And some TVT action. So I'm just communicating with Classic, who apparently was not told that TVT was not going to be today. Pain. Pain. Alright, maybe gonna shoot factory on the way. CC coming about and getting settled in. I'm trying to see what else is going on for a couple of moments. Troopers hop down, Cyclone the Marine coming about, Orbital and the CC coming up, the reactor and the refinery coming online. Aliens will gather, and again, the couple of Reapers head down to that bottom left. Going through for a moment. A couple of SCVs just going to mine away when we get settled. Sorry guys, I'm talking to Classic for a moment as well. It's just apologies for my multitasking. Alright, Siege Tank, Marines and Cyclone coming through, a couple of SCVs coming about as well. That's going to be seeing the Marines still heading down to the bottom left side. And we will just join those up with the Hellion, get that all collected together, and see where things will go. Cyclone and a couple of Marines continue through. That's going to be seeing the Hellion and the Marines continue to head down to the bottom left side. Alright, so we gather in, there's a couple of units jump into that bunker, and the extra Marines and the Cyclone still building. And we continue by. We're just going to be seeing that tank already sieging up as well. Going to be a fun little position to play from, as we are going to be seeing this bunker in some trouble for Heromarine. Two Cyclones are going to be able to do a lot. The SCVs will repair and hold the bunker for now, but of course you risk losing some of those. Once too many get around, they kind of go into the front of the bunker, and that obviously leaves you in a pretty frustrating spot. We're just going to pull the SCVs in and try and fight. The SCVs kind of get on top of the tank, but the Cyclones are gone, and I think Heromarine is in a ton of trouble, to say the least. Well, grenade goes down, 10, 11 SCVs dropping. I'm just going to be seeing the medevac boosting over and getting across into the main base. Triple CC from Heromarine, so if you survive this to any extent, your kind of bounce back is reasonable, because the third is just starting from Spirit. So you just need to kind of live, and this helps. I mean, we're at 12 SCVs lost. There's still a bunker low ground. The Cyclone is extremely good here, of course. The Cyclone's just so good at trading. These Marines over in the corner are going to struggle to do much else. You can see the Cyclone and a couple of Marines coming back the other way. So that depot still taking some damage. Medevac loads up, going to try and drop back in. We actually killed the Cyclone, so that should be more or less the end of this. So I think Heromarine is still very much so alive in this game. Like, it doesn't look super pretty, but I think he's okay right now. Because, I mean, I guess the new siege tank showing up could be a problem, though. That's something we're not really super ready to deal with right now, perhaps. Alright, we'll just gather through. The few Marines going to set... Like I say, the tank is the big issue. There is a tank defense lane. The Ravens are going to start helping as well. Remember that Heromarine is... You can already see the SCV count is coming back up for him because of the fact he's got that third base. So in that regard, he has been safe, and he is looking okay. And again, the reactor on the factory, the few barracks all coming up. Double engineering bay. Heromarine definitely getting set for the future. He'll be a bit behind in 1-1, but that's kind of about it. We'll see how long this siege sits here for, but I just don't think there's going to be much more true damage to really be done at this stage. I think this is Spirit going to find himself kind of held off at this point and probably unable to really do much else here. One on the stim old building. Marines on that tank coming up as well. Yeah, I think Spirit has to turn around and go home. And while this was successful, like I say, because of Heromarine's setup, he's also left himself in position to kind of still play on pretty decently right now, so... Again, upgrades coming through. Stim and combat shield still building in. He's going to be seeing the 1-1, the stim pack coming about as well. A few SCVs are going to get to mining. Marines, Ravens gather up. Just going to be seeing. And again, the medevacs and the Marines continue through here. Just going to be seeing an SCV pulling off to the side. A couple of Marines are resetting. And yeah, the armory coming online. Depot coming in. SCVs, Marines, medevacs coming up as well. So still got the 1-1 upgrade. Still got the stim pack coming by. Combat shield in production as well. All of those Marines and tanks and medevacs and Ravens just gather through. I'm just going to be seeing the 1-1 combat shield continue to produce by as well. So we'll continue this up. A few Marines step forward. I'm just going to be getting a little extra done there right now. Just again, see everything else gathering. The Marines, medevacs healing. A few more Marines and company coming down as well through the center. And we'll see the two Ravens will be there as part of this as well. So Marine tank Raven joining up at the moment. Little scan coming about. Again, those Ravens and Marines gathering up. Just going to see the couple of Ravens looking to fire through. We'll be seeing a Matrix going down. First tank going to get caught. Those Marines stemming in. The rest of the tank's going to siege up as well. That's going to be a good fight for Heromarine. Matrixing every tank here. And the Ravens stopped at auto turret, but they don't even continue. I don't think the auto turrets would have made any difference. Spirit just lost everything, and the Musketeers are going to improve to a great position here. If Heromarine wins this game, they go up to 2-1. Showtime against Elazer could take them to 3-1 perhaps. Very close to making something happen as those other Marines come up from the bottom side. The auto turret coming into place. Another auto turret looking to come down as well. And go back and forward. Marine, tank, medevac, Raven continuing through. Yeah, a lot of those units gather. The Marine's going to load back into medevacs also. Just going to come back around with this for the moment. And again, our upgrades continue by. It'll take a couple seconds to settle in for the moment. Yeah, 2-2 still coming about. That vehicle weapon coming in. Marine's going to get onto the depot for a couple moments as well. Yeah, what a position right now from from Heromarine after that pushback. Obviously, numbers start to even out a little bit again, but they're both getting to 4 bases. Here on Tourmaline, it's a great map for long TVTs because you take this forward base. And if you get established on that forward base already, then you're going to be able to really play kind of a setup that's going to start looking very, very good for you as the armory and the libs coming through, a couple tanks, and plus D vehicle weapons coming up as well. Stepping around. Again, we take a couple moments. Just going to be seeing those Marines still coming up for a couple moments as well, so move around for a second. And decide what we want to do is just have the libs going to come about, and they will settle up the bio army, the tanks, the medevacs will gather in. A couple of Marines are going to fight another couple of Marines. It's going to trade, and Spirit will end up supply blocked for the next few moments. Well, the army just gathers. Just going to see the couple libs pulling back. The army continue to gather through for a couple of seconds as well. It's just going to join up over there. Well, we do see tanks, Marines, the medevacs, and the Ravens are going to move forward to get in position already. And big stim in, so Spirit going to actually lose this right side. So that's already going to be a bit of a vulnerable spot following this. And then Heromarine is setting up further on the front, loads up and actually gets away with a good chunk of unity already as well, so that's going to be a pretty reasonable getaway. Now we're going to see those Vikings, the Ravens coming back through, a couple more shots coming straight down. Again, holding position nicely. 9 SCVs have been killed so far. Spirit going to drop a couple of unsieges, but 2 tanks got caught already, so they'll go down too, and Heromarine definitely opening this position strongly. Marines come back in on this right side. We're going to lose more SCVs here because we just haven't kept anything in defense. And the defenses are kind of getting torn down. Like, the tanks are being forced to unsiege. Everything else is having to pull around right now. Just going to be seeing the Vikings and the Ravens coming through. Matrix is going down. Anti-armor missiles will connect. Those tanks will continue to siege. And we will just have continuing to lay out the damage onto this base. Just trying to get as much done as possible. Well, a couple of Vikings still about. We do see the deflection from the main base, at least. Like I say, the pressure is immense. And there's different directions you can take this attack now as well. As Heromarine, you can swing a few units around the left side and get to that top 12 o'clock base that's just been established. We'll lose these drops, and that's obviously great for Spirit, because at least now the right side pressure is going to die off. Of course, during all of this, Heromarine sets up onto 5 bases of his own. He's still building 2 Ravens at a time, so that number is just coming up. And he still just has position here that allows him to basically say, cool, I can siege this planetary. And while he doesn't have air control, he can scan for that vision. He actually needs to scan right now. Heromarines not going to realize the scenario just in time. Loses 1 tank. He's actually going to come in from this side. He's going to get matrixes off on most of the tanks. Does he have enough? Tanks will just siege a bit further forward. Nice flank with the Ravens. Got in from the side where the Vikings do not find shots on them, but yeah, Heromarine can't really justify doing much else here. He didn't feel like he had enough to just go stimming in. He might have... That's a tough call to make, actually. I wonder if he could have done. Because he had all of the tanks pretty much matrixed. I wonder if there was maybe an opportunity for Heromarine to kind of make the dive there and actually try to commit through to something. So perhaps, possibly, something could have come of that. I'm just going to get some damage done. Going to get underneath. A couple of Vikings going to get grabbed by the Marines there, so a little bit of damage dealt for a moment. It's going to see the Neil Steel plating coming through, the +1 ship weapons, high-sec auto tracking also in production at the moment, so again, we bring a lot of that continuing into play right now. Marines come through, the Vikings are going to sit there and take a couple of moments. Again, Marines are going to push up, since they're in the missile turrets will take more damage as well, so a little extra being done. Just going to be seeing Heromarine still having the position on the map. It can unravel very quickly, but so far, I like what he's doing. Just a bit of pressure here and there. Definitely continue this pressure. Getting a good amount done. Go back and forth, and the Liberator going to siege. Oh, Libra is going to siege up strong. Viking Raven army gathering. The Marines coming over as well. Still just trying to see what else is happening here. Just going to see the Vikings going to push through. A few more Vikings going down. Anti-armor missile is going to be landing onto a bunch of these Marines as well. Vikings is going to shoot. A couple of those tanks are going to get grabbed. One Matrix on one of those siege tanks as well. It's just going to jump on that opportunity. So those Vikings are going to shoot. Liberator goes down. A few Marines on the ground coming up as well. Just going to see those Vikings continue to go. An interference Matrix on this siege tank in the front. Spirit just doesn't have enough. Heromarine is going to break through and is going to be able to push through there. Bam. Just like that. We are going to have ourselves Heromarine, a 2-1 lead in this best of 7, and ready to continue. This series with another Elazer Showtime match, guys. So again, this will be the last one from these guys today, and then we'll be moving into other games. So Elazer Showtime on Old Republic this time around. So like I say, the 2v2s won't be played today. I'll run ads between the games this time. Improvement. Alrighty, we got ourselves ready up from Elazer and Showtime. Let's send this. That's ready to go. Alright, so Old Republic coming through. Elazer versus Showtime. And this is obviously the second time they're going to meet in this. Both teams choosing to send out these two players as the guys to kind of go and repeat in this lineup. Obviously, Elazer gets it done with the run-bys in that first game. And it does look like Showtime will be out for revenge here on Old Republic. See if he can stabilize into a better position as the Musketeers are up 2-1. And another map win will put them to a 3-1 lead with, like I say, the 2v2s to be played. Probably next week, the 2v2s. Like I say, so Geralt is just not here. He's at a tournament. Did not manage to schedule the 2v2s in time. As such, we will not have the 2v2s today. We'll have those ones rescheduled, and it'll be a similar story over in the versus Shopify Rebellion matchup as well, guys. So we'll be figuring that out at some stage too. But I don't know what exactly the scenario is going to be yet. I don't know exactly what we're going to do. But yeah, we'll get those sorted out. And like I say, after today, we're going to be caught up on all the matches that have been played so far, roughly. Outside of these couple of matches not being finished, and we will have a much better schedule going forward that we should be able to stick to with some stricter rulings coming into place. Alrighty, so we move about and get ready to go. Single link gonna come through. Probe. I'm just gonna get jumped on for a couple moments as we take a couple seconds to get this underway. And just have our link gonna chase the probe for a moment or two then. So we come across, like I say, take a couple seconds and see where we go. Stargate on the way up, Ling speed building by as we get ready on this one. Why no 2v2? Schedule issues. Yeah. Geralt is in America for a tournament that's going on this weekend, I think it is. Yeah. So, yeah, there's a tournament this weekend. Geralt's there. The organization for him was terrible. Told us last minute. Scheduled with everyone horribly late. Hey, I'm not gonna go live this one on Geralt. He fucked up. He is very lucky he's not DQ'd from all of today's games, just full stop. Like, yeah. Straight up and simple. Couple things gonna go get around. Adept's gonna get caught. As he come around and trying to see a little bit more of what else is happening. He's gonna be seeing the few lings are gonna get through. Obviously, Showtime has to be very careful about these lings this time. Elazer 26 drones and building roaches, so he's gonna be all in very quickly over the next few moments. Gonna see the Oracle activating, a few lings getting chased. Let's see if the Ling is able to get chased away. Oracle's going to be very important here. The third Nexus to Showtime is something we need to just cancel and get into the next one. Going to chase away, the Oracle's going to be there. Roach is going to show up. This is tough because there's just not a lot of units right now, and there's obviously no stack defense either, so Elazer is going to come running into this natural. I mean, the Oracles will eventually clean up, but they don't have, energy forever. They are limited in that aspect. Probes will pull to try and help fight this, but there's just not a lot of damage output that's really taking place right now. You need something extra here at Showtime. The preparation is not there. Elazer gets the 2-0 on Showtime on the day. Two very quick games between these guys, and Elazer just, with this one, is going to come through and tie this series up. So that is going to be the full stop on that matchup, guys, because like I say, this one will not be played further. So, that is going to be the end of the Polish Power versus the Musketeers. So they're going to be tied at 2-2, and that will be that. So, yeah, like I say, we'll resume and finish this matchup at a later point, and all the rest of it. Coolio. Cool. All right, so we are going to get ready for Polish Power versus the Shopify Rebellion. All right, let's hop on over to NA as Elazer and Byun will be opening the Polish Power versus Shopify Rebellion matchup. Yes, we won't have a complete series here. And no, so yeah, this one also doesn't have 2v2s played, as far as I'm aware. Apparently, Elazer and Spirit are unable to play 2v2 together, so they didn't get put in as a 2v2 team. That would have actually alleviated some of the issue, but yeah. anyways, yeah, we're just going to go through. We do have Geralt versus Lambo played. I think it's once again literally the 2v2s didn't get played. So we're going to go Elazer, Byun, Geralt, Lambo, Elazer, Byun. We could actually do both Elazer, Byun matches kind of back to back. I didn't realize Elazer has to play Byun twice as well. That's kind of funny. We can probably do those back to back, and we go from there. Coolio. All right. I need a coin. Is it just these guys that need a coin flip? Yeah, then we'll just do central then west. Cool. Pick them randomly in my head. Would have been just the same if a coin flip happened. Sweet, let me just get everyone in. All right. So let's go into Elazer versus Byun and go into a new series, guys. So Elazer, Byun, Shopify Rebellion versus Polish Power, fresh best of 7. Yeah, I just feel bad casting Team League at the moment because I just feel like it's just not a good product at the moment, or a good show, or a good tournament, so big sigh. Also on the YouTube chat, being DQ'd from SC2 tournament, live ending stuff. I mean, sure, it's not the end of the world, but like, this is a team tournament, so you're letting your team down. If you're kind of making your teammates play games that are pointless because you just get DQ'd, it kind of sucks. Also, if you get disqualified from a WardiTV tournament, you also just do not get invited to WardiTV tournaments for a time frame after. There are a set of internal WardiTV rules that very rarely get invoked because we very rarely have issues. But if a player no-shows and just completely misses a day, or if they get disqualified or something along those lines happens... If something along those lines happens, I have a set of rules that I work through, which basically limits them from participating. So, if someone got disqualified from Team League, they would pretty much miss out on the Spring Championship. Like, we would just not let them play. Unless they specifically, like, in terms of tournaments I control, because I'm not messing around. I'm not letting someone kind of potentially messes around for, you know, another tournament along. And you also forfeit any prize money you might have earned up to this point. Now, in this case, Team League, you know, there's no prize money unless you make playoffs. So in this case, that wouldn't count. But like I say, there's a set of internal WardiTV rules. Like I say, they very rarely get invoked. I've invoked them like 3 or 4 times. Like, in the last 10 years, I want to say. Like, it's very rare people get DQ'd or they don't show up. And obviously, if someone doesn't show up, they're like, hey, look, like, something happened IRL, I just cannot. It's different, right? But, like, for example, there's been a couple times where Clem slept in, and Clem was then not invited to partake in the next tournament along. He didn't try and qualify. He was not invited specifically because I left him off the invite list because of the previous issue, you know? So, yeah. There's... There are genuinely some situations where these come up. Of course, it was Clem. Clem's just an example, because it's very rare someone comes in with no excuse. Clem's the one that's off the top of my head is just like, yeah, I'm sorry. I played too much CS last night. Yeah, not to call Clem out. I'm sure he wasn't mind. This is also like 3-4 years ago. He had 2 tournaments back to back where it went very wrong for him, and he's been very good since. So, yeah. But yeah, there's some rules and stuff, so like I say, I've been a bit lenient in Team League so far, but yeah. For the rest of the tournament, that because I've shown leniency to some teams, I feel like it's going to be unfair to invoke the lack of leniency to others. But from after today, the leniency is gone, and the rest of the league is going to be played on new, hard-hitting rules. So, yeah. Get through today, and then the rest of the game's going to be sorted. Elazer loses an Overlord early, so Byun is going to be able to make a grab on that pretty much just straight away. So nice little pick off. You can see Marine stepping over. Zergling goes down over there as well. So clean that up too. I'm just going to be seeing the couple Marines going to get into chase down to the Lings. So Lings going down. Barracks in the Tech Lab coming out. Command Center coming online. And Marines will continue to produce here. I'm just going to be seeing, yeah, the Lings be coming up. There's a couple of barracks coming online. The Orbital still building through. Wing speed, Lings, the Baneling Nest. Continue to come about as well. It's going to be seeing the few units all just stepping forward for a little bit. Trying to see what else is going to go. If you screw up Wardy's hard work, you got to pay a penalty. Well, I mean, yeah, kind of. Like, the nice thing about WardiTV events is we're pretty lax, you know, and if someone shows up a bit late, we almost always just try and reschedule it back around. Like, if you're like 30 minutes late and we miss the first game, if you do show up, I will usually try and prioritize getting the game played, because the number one priority is getting the games played. Like, we are, by far and away, the most lenient tournament organization out there in StarCraft 2, I would like to say. But, yeah, and this event has just gone too far, and, but that's what I mean, like, to invoke the Wardy rules, you really gotta mess up. you know, because we really work our hardest to try and let things go by, you know, or let things slide. So, alright, couple Lings gonna try and push. Obviously, this is a Bane Burst from Elazer, sticking to the aggressive intentions on the start of this matchup today, and get this started. Just gonna be seeing a few extra Banes morphing. The Ling count is growing, and Elazer looking to bust through to try and take the 1-0 lead here against the Rebellion. Byun has a lot of Marines. Stimpack not ready yet, though. Just about raises that depot. Love where the Marines are at. Yeah, Bane should go to the right side. I was going to say, you can kind of take your pick what you target, but I think Reactor and Depot is good. Maybe Double Depot would have been good as well. SEVs maybe didn't need to pull in there. That's fine for Byun. He has Stim now. There's not enough damage. 10 SCVs go down. I just wonder if those SCVs needed to kind of go down in this scenario. I don't know if they did. I feel like we probably could have just gotten away with that without too much issue overall. Now the Baneling just gets grabbed at the front, so we're just going to take that down as well. And those Marines are going to sit nice and tidy in the natural. We knock down a couple more Banes. That's going to be GG. This bust has not worked, and Byun will take a 1-0 lead over Elazer in this series. Why didn't PL play 2v2? Scheduling issues, mate. I've explained it in depth multiple times. Scheduling issues is the deal, yeah. And that's the only reason I'm not going to explain it again. It's just because I already did a couple times over. So our second map. So we'll go into Elazer Byun map 2 because they're both here, and the rest of the games in this series are also either replays or not played. These are the only live games. So we'll just go into another chip for a second map of Elazer Byun, and it just means that they can get through those nice and quickly. And away we go. Byun, Elazer, 4-7. Any run ads though? That's quick. Yeah, that was quick. Schedule issue. Pretty much. Pretty much. Ready, says Byun on Elazer. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7. Casters, we're good. Alright, game 2. Shopify get off to a 1-0 lead. Looking for a 2-0 lead as we get this underway. And ready to start. Kick this off in a few moments and, yeah, get this rumbling. Sweet. Yeah, the goal to delay Wardy at least doing advance. I don't even like care so much about me. I just like has this like genuine, like real talk, has this event genuinely been fun to watch when you don't know if half the matches are going to get played and stuff moves, and then we leave series halfway. Like, it's just been terrible. Like, I think it's good to be able to reflect and say this is not good, and especially because I know it can be so much better. And honestly, I just expected better from the players, because I work with these guys kind of day in and day out, and we all have a pretty good understanding of how everything works. And yeah, I mean, some of them have just absolutely failed to have any sort of like like when it was the thing is, when it was like the first couple of days, like for example, when on the second play day or something, well, on the first play day there was like GSL problem, right? And so GSL made a couple matches move, whatever. We couldn't really avoid that. That was kind of on me because I actually knew GSL was coming. I just didn't realize it was going to feature all of the players for the entire day. That one was kind of on me. But then, like, you know, for example, in week 1, Spirit couldn't play his games, and I was like, well, you know, it's week 1. And, like, he's literally just away the entire week, otherwise he would pre-play. So, that was kind of fair enough. But then, when it started getting into, like, day 3, 4, and people are like, hey, can't play this, by the way, and you're like, you've known the schedule for 2 whole weeks. And you get 5 days before the match to tell me even... yeah, so... And there's a bunch of players who have been awesome about it, but I just put too much faith in them this time around. So, yeah, unfortunately, it's just, it just needs fixing. I'll take a different approach. Like I say, we'll call this the halfway point. Second half of the Team League is going to be way better. I will say just quickly as well for this match as well, I know all I seem to talk about is walkovers and scheduling issues. That's what I mean. This tournament does not seem fun to watch. But, for this tournament, or for these games, there's actually an interesting scenario where actually Geralt did schedule to play the 2v2s and then was over an hour late. And because of that, I actually think that in this series, it's very likely that we might just might just walk over the 2v2s, because if you schedule to like in the other matchup, he failed to schedule to pre-play. Like the other team said, no, we can't do it. Like it's just not gonna, we don't have time to organize that. But the Shopify Rebellion actually showed up to play, and Geralt was not there. So I actually think that in this case, there's probably going to be walkovers, because he actually set a time to play and then screwed it up. So that might be... I'm not 100% on this rule yet. I've been stewing over it. I'm just going to preemptively say it, because this is what happened. So, yeah. I'm not 100% sure just yet. I'm still steering over it, because it feels like you're giving... Because I know you're punishing the Musketeers because they just said no in the first place, where if they agreed and Geralt didn't show up, they would like yeah, I don't know. I'm also kind of thinking maybe we just let it play. It really sucks. I apologize to the Rebellion. They play, and then, like I say, after this series and after today, we just, like I say, we cut it off, and new stricter rules are just absolutely defined and in place. So, yeah, that's why I say I'm steering on it a little bit as to what to do. Ling Roach, by the way, on the way up from Elazer. Man's on an all-in spree today. He's like, Wardy, I hear you're missing some games. Let's make sure then you get as quick a day as possible. Joke's on you, Elazer. We've got tons of games to cast today. We've got Siege Enters vs Liquid to cast after this, and we also have the wrap-up of the Spirit matches from last week that didn't get played to finally cast as well, so that will also happen too. So that'll be fun. Ling Roach will gather. Just going to look for a push through. The Marines are going to step back a little bit. Ling's going to get a catch. Oh, Byun. That's not a good start. Tell me you didn't expect this without telling me you didn't expect it. That is a bunch of Marines going down. The Ling Roach gets straight in. I think Byun might just be dead. That's a lot of roaches. And you're only building Marines and stemming Marines right now into 4 or 5 roaches. When it's going to be like 2, 3 Marines at a time, it's just not going to do anything. Elazer's going to be good to take this, and that is going to be GG's. 1-1 caught up between Byun and Elazer. So we all get tied up here, and we're going to keep that nice and steady. Alright, so it's going to be 1-1 in this series, going to Game 3. Let's get these replays downloaded. Cool. What map was the Tourmaline for Geralt versus Lambo? Perfecto. Alright, let's host up Tourmaline and get ready to rumble, my friends. Alright, so yeah, Geralt versus Lambo coming up, and then we're going to jump into some PvZ, and we will go from there. So Geralt, Lambo, move from there. Get ready to go. Being a tournament admin for a live event is pretty stressful sometimes. I think I live in a permanent state of stress when I'm organizing tournaments. Helen hates it when I have like bigger events going on, because I'm just like permanently on edge, you know. Like I'm just permanently like especially when something like Team League or something, right? Like where it's just different and there's a lot more going on and stuff like that. It's like a permanent case of me just being like, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's go into Lambo vs Scarlet, guys. Some PvZ as we work through this one. So we head into Tourmaline and see where this scoreline is going to take us. See what is going to happen. Alright, well, let's get in game. As in the bottom left-hand side, we are going to have ourselves the blue Zerg player Lambo taking on the red Protoss player Geralt as we get into game 3 of this BO7. Kick this off, get this started, and see where we're going to be at. So yeah, we get this all underway for the moment. Nice beginnings here on this one. So away we go. Alright, next is Chrono Boosting along as we take a couple of moments there and we set on up. Probe coming over, getting the gas coming through, just gonna see those probes stepping by. Just trying to see where we're going to take things. Overload coming across, that is going to be the hatchery already down, and gas in the pool setup as well, so in that regard everything looking pretty cozy. Just for a moment here. Alright, next in the Stargate, both coming through. So we got Stargate coming about, the Overlord going to set at the front, the Adept going to Chrono Boost for a couple moments as well. We got first Deb gonna shit across the map. We'll see how successful this may be in the next few moments. Get that ready to all start up. That Overlord just chilling. Again, Oracle and Warp Gate coming by. A couple of probies being added on. Just going to have the hatchery building here as well from Lambo. Just going to get that set up as Overlord comes through. And yeah, that Queen on the way in the main base. The Adept doesn't do much just yet, and maybe with the second Adept we can try and combo for some opening. As yeah, Lambo plays into the late gas, so going to be very economic. And very strong economy, or strongly economied in this game early on. So the Nexus down, again we get this settled in and try and see where we go. Twilight Council next coming about, Oracle and the probes coming through. Pylon, Assimilator building as well. Just going to see the 2 queens there, going to push the Oracle back away over to the sides. Razorback OTP on the 110 stream watch streak. Man, those numbers just keep going up. It's kind of crazy. See the Oracle is going to be floating overhead. Again, Nexus just going to be settling there. A couple of probes getting Chrono boosted. Gates in the Forge coming online as we speak. So we get a lot of that on the way through. And the Blink coming up. Just going to be seeing the probes, the attack upgrade coming by. Melee upgrade and the Ling speed continuing to produce. Just going to see the 2 Lings and the drones coming about as well. This Adept is going to warp in. We're going to have 4 Adepts gathering. I'm going to start them shading down to the bottom left-hand side. So, I'm going to get put in position here. Yeah, the Adepts move through. You can see the Creep Team is going down. Drones getting picked away at. Oracles just gathering a couple more drones. Just going to keep firing in. The Oracles will continue to fly by. And you can see 1 Oracle going down already. But continuing by. Just another Oracle stays towards going to get captured and cancelled. And that's just going to finish up again. Blinking +1. Extra gates coming through. So you see those Lings do get a wrap around. Those Adepts going to get grabbed once again. So again, we retake these Lings. We're going to bring them back up toward the upper right-hand side. And move over there. Melee upgrade in play from Lambo, so getting those set up as well. It's going to be seeing that Overlord taking a few more shots over there. Going to take a few hits. Just seeing a charge coming through, probes and so coming up. Again, the rest of this coming about, plus our missiles on the way. It's just going to be starting right here. The few Lings on the left side going to be gathering the Oracle back up the right side. Comes through, Hydroden building. Again, missiles in the Bane nest, Bane speed coming by, +2 attack and charge building as well. We also have Temple Archives building from Geralt, so bringing that through. The few Stalkers actually going to jump onto this hatchery. I'm going to take a bunch of Lings and just run them toward this group of Stalkers, which is not going to go well for you. Yeah, he's going to recall, loses the Stalkers on the low ground, gets a couple more kills on the high ground as well, Lambo, so not a bad shutdown in the slightest. These Stalkers gathering back up. The Oracle gathering over here. A couple of Zealots do find a Queen on the counter-attack right now. Few Stalkers going to catch. Feelings going down. Storm the charge coming about. The High Templars coming into play as well. Gonna see those Lings getting pushed back over the left side. Zealots coming over. A few more Lings looking to play wraparound here. Actually gonna catch a few of these Stalkers. Getting a bunch more done with that at the moment. Just gonna be seeing the Lings killing those Stalkers off. The Archon gonna be there. The Zealots coming back in. A few more of those Lings getting picked off once again. The Zealots staying busy. Ling Hydra coming back around. And just see the Zealots backing it off as the Oracle activates. And Hydroling Bane continue through. Miss Gorkins and the Miss Upgrade still building by. These units gather in the upper left side. And do have a potential push from both players in the next few moments. See one Oracle stepping back. A couple of these Zealots are going to get grabbed. Hydras are still going to chase on through. And a couple of Stalkers getting picked away at you just for a moment or so. Cannon coming about. Lings getting picked off. These Hydras are going to continue to trade. Another Storm coming down. We back it up just for a couple seconds. Zealots and Stalkers and Archons looking to get through here. Extra Bane's coming around. We're just going to take the chance to keep fighting through this. Lambo keeps shoving forward. 6 drones going down on the other side of the map. But this army looks very good, and we have very limited High Templars. So without more Storms, I don't think we save this. The Archons are tanking a bit of splash from them, but now they're gone. The Bane's just going to roll through and force the Stalkers to run away. Leave the Hydras to take down this base. And Lambo looking very solid at this point to retake the lead for the Shopify Rebellion in this best of 7. Just going to see those Stalkers still having to back it up. Ling Hydra still going to be there. Nexus down. A couple of Banes still morphing, and we're going to take another chance to go darting over to this top side. I mean, there's no point in stopping for Lambo. He's done a lot of work. There's, give your opponent no time here to rebuild into any sort of High Templar and Storms and stuff. Could be very reasonable. Just going to see the rest of this Ling Hydra still pushing up. Stasis catches a chunk of Lings. Oracle coming back around. These Hydras still pushing through. A Stalker getting grabbed. Lambo going to take a 2-1 lead for the Shopify Rebellion in this series. So the Rebellion go up by a point, and we'll look to capitalize on that very shortly here as we resume through into our next match. It will be Rebellion Scarlet up against Spirit on 10,000 feet. Spirit looking to tie things up for the Polish power. And we'll kick this off as soon as we get everyone online. We just have a minute of ads or so to run through as well. We can go from there. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, welcome to Team League today, guys. Good to see you all. Appreciate you guys hopping in and hanging out with us. Bada boom. Bada boom. Bada boom. Are the TVTs a walkover played another day undecided? Yeah, I don't know yet. I think they're probably going to get played another day. I don't really like it. But I think in the interest of trying to get games played still, and like I say, we'll be hard hitting on the rules after this point onwards with the reschedule of the last few days. I think that stays more in line with what I'm doing. So I think it's probably going to be played another day, as much as I don't love it. I think it's stupid, but like I said, there's absolutely zero more chances after it, so cool. Everyone's in here. Let's jump in. Yeah. Is it Harsum who's missing? Nope, it's Geralt. Geralt he's not just missing, we know he's in America. Just, it's a mess. But yeah, it's Geralt. Alright, let's jump in. Scarlet Spirit, as the Rebellion have a 2-1 lead in the top left-hand side. Our red. Where'd the Team League logo go over here? Ay. In the red, our red Zerg player from the Shopify Rebellion is Scarlet, and she takes on Spirit in the bottom right. Our blue Terran. Game 4 of this best of 7. Have 2v2 events been this prevalent in the past as they have been within this year? No. Yeah, Uthermal's 2v2 circuit definitely... last year, he had 2v2 circuit as well. That was very good. And really, he's been kind of leading the charge on the 2v2, and as such, it's been a lot better this last year in terms of 2v2. He set some cool stuff up, and because a lot of players started to take 2v2 more seriously, it makes it more fun for us to cast the 2v2 and for other people to kind of do 2v2 events as well. Because, because the TLDR... You know, if everyone is already playing 2v2, running more 2v2 is, you know, more cool, and people are kind of into it, and people know builds, and there's more strategy and stuff, so yeah, it's 2v2 is definitely very prevalent right now in comparison to before. And we're also in a state of StarCraft 2 where there's less big events going on, and so there's more time for people to be like, hey, let's play some 2v2, whereas in the past, playing 2v2 would have taken, you know, eaten into StarCraft playing time where everyone wants to kind of focus only on the 1v1 and improving, and there's too many tournaments to play and stuff, and all of that, so yeah, 2v2 has been a big addition in recent times. Big addition. I'm following an overload, but there is now a Reaper on the map, so let's dance with that as it actually takes a couple shots off the Lings. That is trying to duel. We'll get one as the Queen just not quite ready yet for Scott. It's going to pop out in a moment, but Spirit knows not to push his luck, and already pulling back and away from that. Trying to stay away, trying to stay clear of any possible issues. So yeah, just escaping out of there for a couple moments. Keep going back and forth. Just going to see the hatchery coming up on the top side. Skull going to build that on the third already. Again, the Reaper pulling back through as well. A couple of Queens going to gather. Take a few moments. Command Center, Orbital, Starport, Refinery. Some bits and pieces coming through. Nothing too wild. As that Overlord sets up as well. A couple of Queens are going to step across. And a couple of Queens gather. Again, just going to be seeing the drone, the Overlord, the hatch. And again, coming back through, drone just going to build, Starport and Protect Lab coming up as well. You're going to see RCC building over here and just going to be seeing the Reaper and company continuing by. And the Hellions gather up. Yeah, Rotron going to build, Concussor Shells and the Marauder coming through. And the Hellion coming in. So, yeah, Rotron coming about, Hatchery coming through, a couple of Overlords producing. Just for a few moments. And do you see the Queens are going to be there to push the Reaper and the Hellions away, so they're going to be forced to step back. Have that armory coming in, so quite aggressive from Spirit, obviously, basically saying, hey, I want a Marauder Hellbat, one of the most aggressive Hellbat-based builds you can do as a Terran in a TVZ. Hellbats are not always like super duper committed, but in this case they are going to be very committed. You know, a lot of the time you can even Hellbat after like triple CC or so. Those are typically very much so less effective, but in this case, you can get coming through. I'm just going to be seeing Hellions, the Reaper gathering about. Medevac is going to boost forward as well. Down layer drones and the Overlords coming about. Just going to see the creep team coming around. Hellions will take a few shots at those Queens. Just going to see a couple of Zerglings are going to come about. Marauders drop down. Hellions morph into Hellbats and just going to continue to shove through. That Queen still getting chased. The Roaches are going to be gathering about there. And we are going to have a chance to jump onto the Spinecrawler. So Spinecrawler goes down. Roaches in production. Lair and the Queens coming through. The Marauders and the Hellbats going to keep coming about. Just going to see those couple of Queens getting grabbed. The Marauders jump up and down over those Roaches for a few moments as well. Well, that's Marauders going to get back towards these Roaches too. Continue to chase them. And those Roaches are going to keep on coming for a couple of moments. We're just going to have the rest of this army still coming back around. Cloaking coming up, Banshee on the way, the SCV's building. Just going to see the Medevac boosting back over and toward the main base. This is a good defense though. Having Roaches obviously puts you in a good position here. The Banshees from Spirit will keep him very safe in case Scarlet has the thoughts of maybe going across the map aggressively, saying, hey, I defended this, maybe let's get aggressive. the Banshee should stop you from being able to do much in that scenario. Banshee will have Cloak in a moment. Scarlet has got Spores on the way, so she shouldn't be underprepared against this. I think she should be kind of alright in the next few moments. So we will see as that Banshee comes over. I'm just going to be seeing a couple of Queens there to push that Banshee back the other way. Hellion's going after a few more drones. And a few of those drones are getting grabbed for a couple of moments there, as well as the Roaches, the Queens, continue to come about. Just regathering one more time. A couple of those Marauders going to get busy and into play as well. Marauders come through, just going to be picked off by these Roaches for a couple of seconds. Again, there's the Roach Speed and the Queens and the Evo Chambers coming about also. The couple of Banshees head over to that left-hand side. Hey, about 3 drones going down. It's a little bit of a grab for a moment or two. And continue to settle in. Well, looking for drones lost in this game. Scarlet's numbers definitely kind of powering up a little bit and getting into some better places at the moment. You can see those Roaches gather. Yeah, okay, Banshees have to get themselves a Queen over here. That's going to be a nicer little bit of a grab than what we've had going previously, so that is something to note. It's going to be seeing the SCVs coming back through. Again, the Infestation Pit coming up as well. And we've got the rest of this just coming by for a couple of moments. So yeah, bring that about. Again, a couple of mules dropping in. Just going to see a scan coming around. A couple of these creep tumors are going to get grabbed also. And the Queens, the Banshees, everything kind of gathering together for a little bit here. I'm just going to be seeing the melee upgrades coming through as well. So again, some bits and pieces continue to come about just for the next little bit. So again, we bring that all over, bring that all through. It's going to be seeing the, again, 1-1 upgrades and combat shield from Spirit and Scarlet with Hive on the way and Festus coming up. She's very happy to head into the next stage, the latest stage of this game. So again, all of that coming by right now. Again, we'll have the 1-1 upgrades coming about, combat shield coming in, Infestors, Ravagers, Roaches, Hive, building as we speak. If the Marine's even going to stim over here and get into place for a couple of moments as well. Continue to settle for just a little while. See what else we can try and do. Well, we scan up into the center. A few Marines are pushing straight forward. A bunch of those creep tumors begin to drop. And we do have 2-2 upgrades. Combat shield coming around. Fungal landing toward the Marines, but they lift up and evacuate, so they're going to pull straight out of here. For now, getting our way. Again, melee upgrades, Ling Speed, Roaches, and a Hive producing from Scarlet. And those medevacs on the right side are going to be hanging about for a moment or so. Spirit trying to drop around. Supply actually going to ping over to Spirit's favor. Scarlet's floating a lot of cash. Needs to make sure she doesn't float too much and not have enough to defend. Being Speed on the way. Maybe a scary moment from Scarlet where she commits another fungal onto these medevacs. I wonder if that's too many. He does get a full medevac, so it feels pretty great. Just got to make sure we've got enough to play defense when it's necessary as well. As the Bio Army steps up towards the top. A couple of those creep tumors going down. The Roach Ravager Ling going to step across to play defense here and again chase some Marines away. The medevac is going to get pulled away too. Marines and medevac to the top side will be running themselves up top into position to try and find just exactly what is going on here for these next few moments. So get that all settled in, and those medevacs going to come back through. As you can see, the Ling Roach Ravager part of this coming back around. 2-2 upgrades, the Bane Speed and the Kindness Plane all coming online. And yeah, just Bane Speed, Kindness Plane coming about. The Banshee's going to get in after these Roach Ravager. So a few of these Ravagers getting shot down. Roaches as well. Just going to see the rest of the Ling Roach Ravager chased up top. Banelings are going to go morphing en masse. And, well, let's see as Spirit pushes in. If Scarlet can find a defense here, a lot of that Ling Bane coming up. Equal upgrades for now. Eventually there will be an upgrade lead for Spirit for a little while in this game. So that's something else for us to look at. Queen's going to get pushed away. The couple of tanks will begin to siege. A couple more shots. Drones already getting absolutely blasted. So those drones taking a ton of damage. And yeah, the Bio going to set up and push onto this hatchery. The Ling Roach still looking to get there. A lot of Banes held in the back. 7 drones continue to come through. Another Corrosive Bile still coming down once more. Just going to be seeing this Ling Roach Bane Ravager army just going to step straight forward for the moment. Just going to be seeing the tanks getting blinded clouded. The Banes are really looking to get through to connect. These Marines stepping back across. Corrosive Biles coming down. Gonna get rid of the siege tank, but that's kind of about it for now. Spirit's still chasing. These couple of Ravages getting picked off. Looks as though Spirit's good. That's a Mega Fungal. If we had a couple more of those, or a Fungal like that when the rest of the army was still fighting, this could have been a very different situation, but it will not be. Spirit is going to go tie this up with Scarlet 2-2 in this best of 7. So 2v2s are going to have a pretty major impact on how this ends up turning out in the end. Unfortunately, that will not be today unless magically there is going to be a Geralt appearing to play. But I do not have info on that. So, we'll unfortunately be wrapping this one up here, I believe. Like I said, I'm pretty sure we have no way to play the rest. Who are the 2v2s? Elazer Geralt versus Herstam Lambo. And Geralt Spirit versus... I'm just going to double check they're not on EU. Yeah, let's just go, I'm just going to go double check that Geralt has not made some magical appearance. But, yeah, let's see. No. Alright, what we're going to do is we're going to move on from the Rebellion games with Polish Power. So again, we're going to leave 2 of these Polish Power games up in the air again. Polish Power yet to finish a series. So both of today's Polish Power games are going to be 2 and 2, and we'll be heading towards the 2v2s to decide things. So what we're going to do is we're going to move into the Siege Team Liquid match. Coolio, let's take an ad break then. Is Clem playing today? I don't believe he's in the lineup for Siege versus Liquid. I don't believe he's in the lineup. Alrighty, let me, I just need to download these replays, guys. They're in the Discord. The nice part about Team League is that all of the... I can keep all the replays for a matchup in like their match channel, and then when I need them, I can just download them and send them all across, and obviously they're all spoiler free because 6 games get played no matter what, right? So nice. Nice. So Siege versus Team Liquid, which was one of the first matches that was meant to be played, is going to play today. We're going to go to Winter Madness to start this one off. Get this on the way, and yeah, start off with the PvZ. Alright, we had 7 casters. Who have I lost? Pommy. Throw Pommy an invite and get that ready to rumble. Perfecto. Alright, yeah, so we're going to go into the Siege versus Team Liquid matchup, guys. And like I say, after this, we will cast the Spirit games from Polish Power versus Onside, and also Villains of SE2 versus Polish Power. So we have a full best of 7, and then we also have a couple games to wrap up. I might do some sponsored content for like an hour or so today as well. So far, we've been kind of racing through the matches, so we'll see if that kind of continues or if we get slowed down by some longer games or so as well. So we will see. As we get ready to rumble. So, Winter Madness coming through. Let's set up here and get ready to start off into this one. Get this beginning. In the bottom right-hand side, we're going to begin with our red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. This is going to be Skillus. Taking on the blue Zerg in the top left corner of the map. We're going to have ourselves Shin. Game number 1 of a best of 7 series. So some ZVP to start this off on Winter Madness. First game of the series, and like I say, plenty to sink into here. So let's run through the full match list. So all of these games will be played. There's actually no issues on this one. So it's going to be Skillus versus Shin, Mana versus Hero, Kura and Skillus versus Bunny and Shin, Kura versus Hero, Kura versus Bunny, and Mana Skillus versus Hero and Shin. So a lot of actually kind of interesting matches. I think that Kura Bunny match is going to be really interesting. It'll be fun to see whether we can maybe make something happen with Kura against Hero as well. And obviously Skillus and Mana kind of dark horses, maybe underdogs, I think fair to say, in both of their games. I think Skillus and Mana are both very capable of winning games, though, against their opponents today. And then obviously 2v2s up in the air. So an actually very interesting best of 7 where you don't really know what's going to happen going into this. Like, very hard to make a prediction going into this as to what will take place and come out and everything else. So yeah, very intriguing. As we drop a Nexus down, Hatch Casting Pool coming up, that Cybercore building into place. And see where things go. Probably going to move across the map, so just going to take a bit of a step over there and head back home after an initial... head across the map after an initial build to get started. Again, my words the wrong way around, as per usual. A talent of mine, I swear. A talent of mine. Alright, so I'm going to just see the Queens and the Lings coming about. Cybercore and the Nexus all coming over and get this on the way. Probing the pylon building as well. Overlord will just sit out the front for a few moments, and we sit nice and tidy and waiting for some activity to burst into the scene early on this one. What's up, Ascalon UK? Thank you so much for the 74-month resub. Appreciate it. Amazing to see 6+ years. Thank you so much for 74. Thank you so much for the support. Yeah, if you guys are enjoying the tournament, of course, first of all, check out our sponsors. Crate Entertainment, !Crate in the chat. They have fully supported this entire tournament. They have fully sponsored it. So shout out to them, guys. They are allowing us to run this cost-free. So shout out to Crate Entertainment for the love on that one. And obviously, if you do enjoy the content and would like to support further, guys, we do have plenty of ways for you to support. You can subscribe, you can prime sub. We actually just updated the Patreon today as well. There's new tiers, and there's also the choice of annual subscriptions on the Patreon, so you can check that out as well if you do so wish. And there's also going to be, if you guys would like to check it out on Patreon or in the Discord if you're a subscriber, there's the new replay pack, 400 plus replays from the last month. If you guys would like to check out the replay pack, like I said, it's available to anyone that subscribes on Twitch or is a YouTube member or Patreon pledge of $5 plus. So you guys can check all of that out if you do so wish if you're a sub. So even if you're already subbed, go check it out, get yourself your replays. And if you would like the replays, you can either do any of those things to get access to them, or they're just straight up for purchase on the Patreon page. You can make a one-time purchase if you don't want to commit to subscribing anywhere monthly or anything like that. You can do that too, but there is a bonus you get for basically supporting us for $5 for a month. You get replays, so it's very good value. It's basically it's basically 1 cent per replay. Well, thereabouts. It's a little bit more than 1 cent per replay, so it's pretty good value overall. I feel like we could probably make a replay pack of the best, and that'd be like, maybe 20 cents a replay or something, but like, you get all the replays, so you can look at all of the games. Even if you want to check in on some 2v2 strategies, you can do that as well, because all of those are included as well. So yeah, loads of replays for you guys to check out. There's a couple of overlords are going to fly overhead, some Zergans will gather, Roachron Lings building through. We take a few moments. There's a few extra Lings come across. That Spore Crawler is going to relocate over here as well. It's just going to take a second to Sink its little burrowing claws into the ground, and we do have these adepts are beginning to make a shade across the map, so they're going to start making their way up towards the upper left-hand side here. So they're going to come through for a few moments as well. Can drop that shade in, move on up. The Lings are going to come running through to kind of gather there as well to help push that back. We see the rest of the adepts stepping back over to this side. I'm just going to take a few moments as they move and maneuver around the left to try and see what else might happen here. Alright, we do have the adepts coming back over. These Zerglings coming about. Just going to be seeing the sentry is going to get jumped on. See the Lings will come around, just going to be seeing the sentry going to get jumped on. 6 probes going down. Nice little run by from Shin, already doing some serious damage. 7, 8 probes, good hit to the economy early. Elazer eco early in this game is going to be in some trouble. Eight probes go down. Just going to see the Ling Roach Ravager continue to come through. Do you see the Immortal, the charge, the +1 upgrade? Continue to come back and around as well. So a lot of units gathering up here. I'm going to look to maybe see what we can do next in the next few moments. Set something up here. Get some work done. And just see a couple of Ravagers going to throw some Biles down. Battery already in some trouble. The Adepts are going to move over as well. Just going to see those Zealots. Going to take a few more shots, a few more hits. And it's going to be seeing the Lings wrapping around onto the Adepts, onto the Immortal, a few probes. Taking damage too. Big hit from Shin. And just Skillus have enough to defend. When the Immortals are wrapped around by Lings and there's no way to get out of those wraparounds, it's always going to feel pretty bad, right? Like, it's always going to feel pretty rough in those circumstances. This might be just a little bit too much. The Ling's going to take down a couple more Zealots. There's not many units here for Skillus. He's warping in only Zealots right now as well. Lings and Ravagers combined should be okay against a few Zealot warp-ins. There's a new Immortal on the way. I mean, Skillus probably survives by giving up the third base. The golden rule, though, is if you're going to give up your third base, do it without giving anything away, right? Now, if you're going to give up this third base, do it without giving anything away. And that obviously really kind of groups you in a big way as well. As those Lings actually going to take a chance to dive through here as well. A bunch of Zealots going to get caught and going down in very quick succession. Corrosive Biles will come onto a Warp Gate and the Cyber Core as well. It's just picking through those. The Zealots and the Immortal all gathering together. And the Ling Ravager pulling back up through to the middle of the map as well for a few moments. So a lot of those Lings pulling back in that direction. Well, the Ravagers pull back, like I say, straight through. The Roach Speed, the Evo Chamber coming about as well. Evo Chamber, drones, roaches, that Roach Speed coming by. Zealot and the Prism coming about also, so again, we take the chance to get that up and running. A couple of pylons will build, the Prism is moving. The Zergling's out on that right side of the map as well, trying to see what else is going on. See the Lings coming around. The Zealots are going to be there. Trying to see what else is going to take place here. Just going to be seeing the rest of this coming back around. So again, trying to see what else is taking place. Just going to be seeing the Zealots coming through. And this push from Skillus is going to come in. I mean, I like the counterattack. He's got 1-1 upgrades, so his upgrades are pretty powerful. I actually think if he didn't lose as many Immortals in that previous attack, like say he saved 1 or 2 Immortals and gave up the third base, and just had like 2 more Immortals now ready with this attack now, I actually think that would be an amazing situation compared to where we currently sit. As such, we still killed 17 workers. Skill's going to sit here. Maybe his army's just good enough anyway. Wow. Like I said, the golden rule is you should give up the third base, but don't lose too much in giving it up. And like I say, if he'd done that, this would have been easier. It's obviously not done just yet. Score probably moving forward. Prism's going to have to unsiege and step back a couple of moments here. Skillus kills 29 drones, 37 to 38 workers in this game. Is this over because now Shin gets a little bit of time to just focus on playing defense? Maybe. Maybe. Corrosive Bile coming down, not really hitting anything just yet. The Prism relocates back to the center Three sentries coming about, roaches and a drone coming through. We have the hatchery on the left side, sitting tidy as well for a couple of moments. Ling Roach Ravager going to come back across. Singles Duggan just going to slip by into the natural, into the main base, and again the Prism. Kevin back through. Shin is able to hold on in the end. It's funny because, like, the economy is not great for Shin, but obviously he has got the extra bases, and so he still has a lot of solidity in this. If Skillus just had more than the freaking one Immortal, if he had like 2 Immortals, this is just over. You can say it shows you the value of, oh yeah, that's a dead Prism, and that's going to take away a lot of potential of making this continue to work, because Skillus has been so committed. He's not had time to rebuild a Prism or anything. He's got a lot of force fields available here. He's got to pick his fight very carefully. Knock this army kind of in half, keep some force fields available for when these corrosive bowels come down. This time I think there's just too many units, and the Zealots are not having the effectiveness they had previously. This Immortal can't be saved with no Prism here. Skillus with a great effort on the counterattack, but it's just not quite going to be enough in the end. These Zealots and Sentries alone just don't put the damage out against the Roach Ravager forces. The Lings keep pushing through. Sentries are going down, and that is going to be that. Wow, what a cleanup by... what a cleanup by Shin. Let me see the Roach Ravager back over to that left side, and you see some extra bits and bobs coming through from Skillus, but again, without a natural anything, he's just got Zealots, and those Zealots alone are just not going to make this happen. I think it's fair to say that this one is going to be pretty much just wrapped up, to be honest. There's really not much else to say. A couple of force fields coming down, the unit's getting caught. It's going to be seeing a couple of Zealots going to go back the other direction as well. It's just going to go back in over there. Moment. Again, Zealots and Sentries continue to gather back around once more. What we're going to do here, Prism up into the main base. Just going to be pushing through initially as well, try to see what else is going on. A couple of corrosive biles going to come in on the Prism. I mean, I like the plays. I mean, Skillus is really trying anything to get himself a win here. Some Zealots showing up on the low ground. I want to believe so much, but without an Immortal to really kind of punch through some of this Roach HP, I just cannot see the actual victory screen coming up for Skillus. Corrosive Bile is going to kill the Prism again, by the way. Cancels a little bit of the warping, not all of it. Roaches are just too good in this situation. Skillus made this scrappy, he made this dangerous, but it's just not good enough. The Roach Ravage still coming through. The Zealots being chased. Zealots are going to still try and stay busy as well, and that is really going to be about all they wrote. GG says Skillus. We wrap this up, and Shin is going to go up 1-0 for the CJ Enters guys. Just like that. Alright, so CJ Enters, or not CJ Enters. They actually wanted to be called CJ Enters. Wikipedia wouldn't let us put them in as CJ Enters. So not CJ Enters, but also CJ Enters will take the first game. And we're going to be going to Taito Citadel for a PvP up next between Hero and Mana. As Mana tries to bring things back on track for the Liquid boys. Get into this game too in a couple of moments. What happened to 2v2s? They'll happen in this series. They just didn't happen in the rest of the games because of scheduling issues. And Skillus really gave it his all. That I honestly, like, can you imagine you just saved one more mortal at any point in this game? Like, it's actually kind of crazy to think the difference that would have made. But it would have genuinely been enough to, like, be substantial, no? Like, it would have absolutely made the difference. Now some PvP, Hero versus Mana. You're going to catch them all now. Well, the earlier 2v2s are cancelled, but there's going to be 2v2 in this series at least, so... There's some 2v2 today because there's 2v2 to be played in the Onside and Polish Power games, and also Polish Power versus Villains games, so... That's also something else that's kind of going to be happening, so yeah. Just a bunch of games kind of going on. TBH. Alright, in the top left-hand side, it is going to be from Not CJ Entis with a 1-0 lead. The blue Protoss Hero. Taking on the red Protoss in the bottom right from Team Liquid, it is Mana. we get set up and we get ready to go. I'm just going to see a gateway coming down for a couple of moments. We get that all on the way here just for now. So we get settled in. Look to see where things are going to go. Person on the Nexus, bringing those probes up, couple of gates coming by, probes coming through. You can see those gates getting settled in for a couple of moments. You can be seeing that cyber core coming about, and yeah, gates coming through, getting settled in. Trying to see where we're going to take things here for game 2 of this series. Is going to be a cheeky little pylon down at the bottom of the map to start us off at least, so we'll start there. And we do have mana with a cheeky little pylon in a similar kind of position, so maybe make use of that very shortly here. To bring this up to get this going, Robo Facility coming up, and Depths coming through, Stalker on the way. We had those warp gates on as well. Just going to bring that straight by as the Robo Facility comes in from both. It's going to be a Nexus though from Mana right now in the gold base. He's going to build the Robo here and also expand against the proxy Robo from Mana. This is very awkward because obviously Mana's defense is going to be kind of out on the map. Or the units he might like to use defensively are going to be a little bit kind of like out on the map, so that's going to be very awkward, I think. You're going to see those couple sentries coming through. Again, the batteries coming over. A little bit of movement for the next couple moments. Trying to see what we are getting up to here as we just have that Robo going to pop. Prism is going to be on the way in, heading across. Again, Sentry Warp Gate and the Gateway coming through. The battery setting up as well. Two Adepts going to get down to the low ground. The Prism still moving across there. The Immortal build, like I say, it's going to be so tough for Mana to defend though. I mean, how quickly does Hero realize something weird is going on? Because he's going to get over here, obviously seeing some things for the first time. He's going to start noticing maybe a lack of units, a lack of, gas expenditure. Maybe even just a lack of just minerals being spent. Like, there's a lot of things you can look at here from here and just be like, well, you should have more. It's going to make it kind of an awkward call, though. Like I say, you don't necessarily know what's going to happen as the Adepts and the Sentries gather together for a couple of moments now. Well, I'm going to see a slow warping in the bottom left. That pylon's not attached to the Nexus, so that part of this is actually a little teeny bit awkward for these next few moments. Going to be seeing the pylon dropping into place, so you get that going. Again, Observer coming through, Immortal and the pylon coming up as well. Bring that into play. Just going to have, and just so cute, like obviously Hero doesn't know about the bottom left. He's still trying to poke around with this Prism. How long does it take him to truly figure out what exactly is going on here? An extra few Adepts warping on the Prism. Going to see them sending forwards for a little while. Just going to shade up into this main base. Sentries and the Stalker gather up. The Adept's going to commit through. A couple of probes go down already. 4 probes go down already. And Adepts continue to get some more damage done. 6-7 workers killed. 8 workers killed. And again, the battery, the gateway, and the prism all continue to build through. And the Immortal comes back across. I mean, we just kill 8 probes, but then Mana has a gold base. And he's still on, he's only 3 workers down, so like, it feels great for Hero, but like, he needs to figure out what's going on. This hallucination is finally going to scout it, and this is going to be a big question mark for Mana. How does he now defend this? If Hero starts attacking over here, Hero can really split the attention of where these attacks are going to be at, right? Let's get rid of 3 more probes. Like I say, Hero now knows about the bottom left. There's a bunch of units here that will obviously be able to defend this position, but then does Hero just double down on one position? He's going to build a Stargate. I mean, I kind of love the build from Mana, because I actually think the build from Mana puts this in a position where we really could kind of see almost anything happen. Stalkers and those Adepts continue back around. Just going to see that Immortal still coming up. Island as well. Yeah, I mean, Hero's just going to send it to the bottom left. Mana's realizing it as well. He's bringing his units over, so let's see if it's enough. Mana has the Prism here as well. Good force fields to buy you a bit of time. Oop, a couple of units maybe left kind of behind for a second or so. The Immortals, the Sentries, the Stalkers gather back through. The Adepts will gather in. The Adepts is going to shade it down for a moment or so. Pylon will take some damage. And we get knocked down. There's another Pylon in the back. Mana not supply blocked yet. Will be now with the next Immortal starting though. The Immortal going to help. 3 Immortals versus the 3 here. Army supply is actually very even. But Hero needs to do something because Mana is mining off of gold. So he is mining more than Hero despite the equal work accounts. Obviously, this is what Hero can do, though. He can put himself between these bases, then say, well, hey, if you're trying to defend here, what if I attack here? Threatening both areas. I mean, I would actually maybe like the main army just to stay here, and then maybe the Prism to go with, like, an Immortal even, just to kind of force units over on this side from Mana. Mana's actually going to get a bit of a catch here. Should be able to surely kill this Immortal off. He could Prism Micro forward to catch it. And find the Pylons. He's actually going to be able to power the Robo of his opponent, but his entire main base is in trouble. Does he just drop the recall? He does. That obviously means you can't recall back to the bottom left gold. And now a Sentry could keep this army pinned in. You see the Adepts are going to start shading over here. There's going to be an Immortal there. We drop the Force Field. Yeah, Mana's got to now get back over to the left side. Again, depowering the Robo is nice. And all Mana, why are we walking our units forwards? You're asking for trouble there. Phoenix can lift this Immortal too. Batteries are going to start coming down. Like I say, Mana is so far behind on chasing this army. I'm really sad that he didn't kill that Immortal previously as well initially. It took him so long. The recall across, I think I would have preferred, I think because he had to chase the Immortal for so long, I think I would have preferred him just chasing that army, then recall when Hero is already kind of stuck in the main base. Like, he didn't make Hero commit enough before he recalled, I think is the issue. I mean, Hero's going to now get the gold, and that's going to kind of, equalize things? That's the Mole, by the way. Didn't die yet, so, and Hero also now has Phoenix. Very useful. Going to kill the Prism off, and immediately that removes micro potential. This Immortal still alive from Hero. Mana playing kind of a chasing game. I'm just going to see the units pulling back across. The probes are pulling back down the bottom. And we're one base each, but arguably with a better army composition on the side of Hero, because of, just having the Phoenix is going to be massive. Army supply leaving in his favor too. No Prism for Mana. I think we have got ourselves an advantage heavily in Hero's favor at this point. Looking to clean this game out. Hero's probes? Oh, Hero's probes have been dying. Oh, joy, they didn't host with Game Hard, I see. My bad, guys. Oh, they did, and I just haven't noticed at all. I'm just blind. So yeah, Hero lost a bunch of probes, so Hero has no economy. Okay, that changes things. Yeah. Does it change things? I feel like Hero's just gonna stop Mana. I mean, Hero's army's massive. Hero's running up top with these Stalkers. I mean, I guess if Hero doesn't commit, maybe it doesn't matter. Oh, that's massive. That's 2 Immortals going down. Okay, well, there goes Hero's army advantage. Now does Mana even have to do anything? Maybe. Does Mana have to do anything? Because he can just sit back and say, cool, I killed a ton. Well, he's lost a bunch of probes too, and Hero's chronoing probes. Wow. 10 workers each, 33 army supply each. Phoenix is getting rid of a few more probes. Mana is starting to go across the map. I think that's the better call, because Hero obviously lost his Robo, so he doesn't have a way to really deal with Immortals right now. I would have just loved it if Mana had rebuilt a Prism, but I guess this Robo's being depowered. I feel like he had time to rebuild the Prism from when the Prism went down, though. Maybe not, though, actually. Because the Prism went down over here. Yeah, maybe he didn't have time to do that. I mean, this is awkward, because if Mana's going to commit to trying to attack, you can't attack up this ramp because of the force fields, no? Like, you just get force fielded out forever. You can hallucinate for vision, but you can't just kind of sit here forever. Like, you have no Prism and no way in. And so you just kind of get stuck here. I mean, you can hold the position. I mean, equal workers. I mean, the game goes on. Who has more minerals left in the main? It's probably pretty even. These Adepts are annoying. Every work you lose right now is a big deal. A couple of force fields are going to catch. We kind of need to step forward with the other Stalkers if we actually want to kill anything here, considering the batteries. So we're going to get a couple of units killed. So we get a couple of units. Like I say, hallucination providing high ground vision for a little bit. We're going to step further forward. Mana's just going to start brute forcing his way in. Hero does not drop a force field down. Finally drops one to split this army in half, but Mana can just sit here and work on the structures if he needs to. There's a Phoenix lifting one of the Immortals up. We need to try and get damage done. Obviously try and get these Immortals out of here. Another Immortal gets lifted. I just don't think it matters. I think Mana's actually going to have too much overall. As we are just going to see this getting cleaned up. These stalkers getting cleaned out. The probe's going down. 14, 15, 16 workers dying. GG gets called. Mana 1, hero 1. Crazy. Where did the probes die? Sorry. Did Mana just send some adepts, or was it? Must have just been some adepts, no? Yeah, just a bunch of adepts warp into the main and just kill. Yeah. And I just didn't see it, even though we have game hard on and everything. I'm just blind. Nice. That is really a Wardy blind moment. Wardy observing. Always brilliant. Alright, let's go into game number 3 of this series, which it does mean it's finally time to see some 2v2 today. It took us a little while to see some, but Kira Skillus versus Bunny Shin going to be played on Undercurrent. So Kira and Skillus against Bunny and Shin. Definitely a little bit of communication question marks on this one, right? Because you got a Korean and a European playing from Kira and Skillus. Let's see how this goes. Let's see what happens as we get this ready to rumble. Let me throw some invites out and see everyone getting in here and ready to party. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. You missed the probes dying too? Well, yeah, probably because I didn't show you guys the probes dying. It definitely makes it harder to notice. To me, it was during the fact heroes like killing the bottom left, and like I'm watching Mana's army. I just did not look at the top left at all. I'm not gonna lie. And I think I presumed that the probes that were dying were just were Mana's probes. So I think my brain just tricked me into not believing we had to look at that. It didn't click on at all. So yeah. Yeah. Alrighty, we will get ready to go. Let's send this. Alright, let's jump on in as we're going to head into the bottom left-hand side with Skillus and Cure, as it's now 1-1 between Liquid and CGentus in this matchup. So 1-1 tied up. Skillus and Cure the bottom left. Red and blue, Protoss and Terran. Bunny and Shin in the top right are purple and teal, Terran and Zerg. Skillus and Cure had some good moves yesterday in the 2v2. Skillus and Cure. Skillus giving us a lot of the direction on this one, or in that one. So yeah, let's see how it goes as we get this going and running and ready to go. Alrighty, probably coming across the map, trying to see what is going to happen. So going to see our probe going about. Again, the hatch gas and pool coming in. Just going to see the drone in production. And barracks on either side. Gates coming up. And the orbital will be building through as well. So again, getting a lot of this up and running for a few moments. Get that all set. And yeah, Sebico next to CC and orbitals. Everyone just expanding, getting ready to play. Probe comes across, heading down to that bottom left-hand side. Gonna see a couple things in the main base. Just gonna see that factory turn back around. Drone will take a few shots. Gonna jump over, come the extractor, cancel the extractor. There is the factory coming about as well. Factory from both players. Reaper gonna nibble onto the neck extractor here as well. Reaper and Marine together will just poke their way through this and just continue to deal some damage. Extractor taking a bunch more damage. There go those two Reapers heading off to the top side of the map right now. So away they go. Get that all settled in. Let's see what we're trying to do. Rerun? Nope. I'm live right now. Alive right now. As live as we get. As the Marine just going to nibble onto the extractor, put some damage out for a couple of moments. Going to be seeing the couple Marines coming about. Put some damage out here. Just going to see the SCVs and the Marine going. Extract again, nibbled up, probing the SCV down the low ground. Link speed, allowing the drones, the Queen. Build. And as we go, the Adept gathering in. Stargate, the probes, and the Oracle continue to come around. And we just see the Reaper and the few Marines going to gather about as well. Just going to throw the grenade down to chase that Adept away. And developing through in this TV2. A couple Hellions and that Reaper heading across the right side. The Adept is going to take a step down into the middle. And we just see the Oracle flying across also for a little bit. Going to drop a couple pings as we just identify that this is going to be bio, actually. So good scouting. Skillus and Q are able to notice a bit of what's going on. Going to see another ping coming down again. Again, the Infinity Igniter, the Hellions coming through. Those barracks and the S depots and so coming about. Sorry, I just can't talk. Spire on the way. Lost all my words there. And just continue through. Is Goblin officially on Basilisk or just for the Team League? Just for the Team League. Found Igniter coming around. Factory building. Bunker on the way up. Just going to see the Phoenix going to go in after the Overseer. Two Phoenix going to go in after the Overseer. Going to drop a changing down as well. Step on through. Straight in. Overseer goes down. Just going to grab that. And I'm just going to be seeing these Phoenix going to be heading up. A couple of those depots still coming around for the moment. Stim back on the combat shield. Continue to produce. Just have ourselves Nexus, Forge, Phoenix probes coming by for now. Again, that Warp Gate coming up as well. Did the Cyclone reveal the Spire? Yes. Spire was seen. I mean, Skills is making 2 Phoenix at a time. So he's definitely heading into a pretty solid response to that. A few Hellions are going to poke around this right side. Cure going to get in, going after a few of these drones. Oracle active, and we do have the Queens able to kill this Oracle. Oh, lifted 2 of the Queens, left the other one, which is a shame because you could have saved the Oracle. This last Queen should go down. We're going to lift it anyway, so yeah, could have saved the Oracle there. A bit of a shame we didn't. Now we're going to dive on the Marines. These Phoenix going to get a lot of work done, so they're going to find some serious damage. The Cyclones going to get lifted as well. So one Cyclone going down, the other maybe in some trouble too in a moment or so. Wow, there's going to be a massive cleanup. Bunny losing a ton of units. Shin lost a bunch of his Queens, and Medivac goes down as well. The Phoenix now out of energy. They can't do much else, but there's Overlords to grab, so I guess they're not done just yet. Fungal Growth landing. The Phoenix Court killed. Dead. Wow, okay, well this went from great to disastrous. You just gave up the entire Phoenix count, which really nullifies so much of the damage you do. The Phoenix are meant to be get in, dive in, do damage, get out again, and obviously in this case we didn't do the getting out again part, so unfortunately that's going to be quite costly and suboptimal to say the least. As, yeah, where do we go from this then? Kua, by the way, is building into mech himself, so he's meching right now. As we continue through here on Undercurrent, just going to see that Neuro Parasite coming through, bringing that up as well. Couple Phoenix flying over. I'm going to start heading up towards the top. A lot of Phoenix gathering in together, and yeah, making some moves up the top side to see what else is going on. Step across, just going to be seeing the Phoenix taking some more damage. Again, double Robo Forge coming through. Charge +1 air weapons and the +2 attack upgrade coming about as well. Those Zerglings still moving around, and the Infestors gathering on the right side also. Well done, Phoenix. Gathering up. A couple of missile turrets looking to get down here as well in a moment or so. Alien spread. Just going to see that Neural Parasite coming down. It'll be done very shortly, so we got the Neurals available here in the next few moments. Well, the tank just going to siege. Smart servos, drilling claws coming up as well. Tanks and Hellions continuing by. Armory's coming up. And there's Immortals and the Zealots all still building. A lot of the rest of this continuing by also for the moment. Trying to see what else we can do. Immortals pop, the Roach Ravager coming across. We're seeing the Colossus still building. The Zealot and the Thermal Lance coming through. The Hellion's going to gather. The Roach comes down the ramp. One's getting a creep team or two. In the end, going to pull back up to the top side. Someone's going to get absolutely barricaded down. Bio and the tanks. Able to get some kills. Just going to see the Zealots coming back across. Just going to see a couple of Mortals, and the Zealots will continuing through for a moment. I'm just going to see those tanks coming back around. Just going to see the Phoenix looking to get over here once again. See that Spy coming about, the Adrenal Glands coming through. Microbial Shroud, I forgot the word for it for a moment. Microbial Shroud building as well, just for a few moments. The Hellions are going to gather. It's going to have the Blink, +3/+2. Center Thermal Lance all coming about. Just going to be seeing the Bio-Tank Force settling in the center as well. Hellions, tanks, and libs will join up. Tank's going to unsiege. And they're going to start to make a move out over to the right side. This army gathers together. Supply-wise, it's very even. Tanks start sieged here, and they start to siege up. A few lings go down. The bio-army of Bunny looking to be involved as we set up some preemptive liberation zones. Corrosive Valve will get a few freebies, though. One Liberator going down at the very least. More vials, but we actually step very far forward here with these Ravagers, and they take quite a lot of damage. Surprised Skillus didn't do a little extra there with the Phoenix to try and make a bit more of a grab, honestly. Though it felt like he maybe could have done something with those, but does not actually do much for now. The road coming down, Phoenix getting caught, Colossus getting caught as well. The rest of this army continues to step through. Microbial Shroud's interesting, but I'm not sure if it's doing enough. Bunny and Shin supply is kind of dropping off here at the moment. Nice couple of fungals. Zealots on the top side are just reigning supreme. I'd say Shin's army looks good, but then you realize there's the entire queue of tank backline back over there, and the Colossus still alive from Skillus as well. This was a decimating fight, and Skillus and Q looked as though they took it extremely well. This forward base now with Bunny in trouble, and this is going to be a continued push. We're not going to be stopped just yet. Fungal comes down, that's nice. We maybe don't have much of an answer to the Broods right here. At the very least, we'll kill this base off, and maybe Q just has to unsiege and back off. Like I say, the Broods are an issue. We have a few Stalkers, more Broods coming up. Good Fungal bought you a little bit of time. Fungal again, the Stalker's still unable to blink underneath the Broodlords. Finally, we'll make a bit more of a dive in, and Skillus will try and chase. His supply is dropping, though, so Skillus losing a lot in the last few moments. Do we actually have enough to push through? Maybe we kill this hatchery and just back off. I just don't think we can attack into the Broods. Another round of Stalkers from Skillus. His supply is still kind of plummeting. Wow, Skillus lost so much during this. He's losing, I was going to say, is he losing workers or so as well? Yeah, Bunny is on a counter-attack, and so Skillus lost a base and a bunch of workers. Going to be a big issue. We're going to have to recall home and try and fight this off a little. I'm going to say, can we do some kind of movement to kind of help us maybe trap this army? No, not really. Q is still maxed out. Skillus down a lot of supply. We'll rebuild the fourth base of his. A couple tanks in the center left behind. We are building Thors, we're building Vikings. Trying to get an answer to those Broodlords, and Q is going to have to kind of hard carry that. Skillus is not super rich at the moment. Him building an answer to these Broodlords is going to be difficult to come by. Well, Prism loads up. Army going to step through. Moving over that right side. A couple of these tanks are going to get jumped on as well. The SCVs lift off and pull away. Going to deny this base. The big thing about Broods is they are slow moving, so they're going to be very slow to move around. And especially as you expand like down the right while defending bases up here, it's a long distance for those Broods to move between. And they can't just like, with these bases, they could obviously stay pretty central, but that's obviously not the base you've got to defend at the moment. As we are going to see the tanks, they want to stay siege for everything else. I'm not loving this. The Stalker's now showing up. They're going to end up fighting the Bio coming on the right side. Colossus going down very quickly. Finally, the Stalker's pulling forward. Some tanks will help to hold on, though. Cure's backline is going to be what holds. Bunny loses a lot of supply. He's going to become the lowest supply in the game. Shin's supply decent, but is it enough to keep going? Probably not. I think the tanks will hold on. A lot of what Shin has left is Roach Ravager. Some battles to get one more siege tank here. Overall supplies is going to be about 175 for liquid against about 275 for liquid to about 250 for Siege Ender, so it does feel better for Skillus and Cure still. Bunny just lost so much. Some Zealots elsewhere also. Obviously, Bunny's been the one losing bases throughout this, so his economy is really not great right now either. Gonna leave us in a very tricky position as tanks will unsiege, relocate. Bio, Roach, Ravager, Ling kind of bounce. Gonna see some Zealots in the Archon. On the bottom side, gonna venture around a little bit as well. Some Marauders will step through. Missile turret taking damage. Just seeing our Microbial Shroud coming down. Just going to be seeing the tank and the Thor. Going to get Neural straight away. Roach Ravager going to break forward. Tank Thor both going down. The Neural still in place. The Zealots are going to come charging up. Colossus laser beaming down a bunch of this Bio army as well. A couple Corruptors off to the sides. Ultras getting chipped through. The Vikings doing their thing. And Bunnies and the Shin supply just not looking good. Skillus and Cure turning out to be a hell of a 2v2 team. GG's are going to get called in this one. And that is going to be 2v2 going the way of Skillus and Cure. That's so funny. Shin sent me the replay of this game. He must have done because he left the game. So there's no score screen. There's no victory screen. Because if you leave the game, it's kind of weird. But if you get the replay from the loser, there's no victory screen, right? So I'm kind of surprised that it didn't matter because like they're just dropping it into a channel anyway. So it's not like a certain person sending me the replays. But just kind of surprised that Shin is the guy that dropped the replays into the channel rather than one guy from the winning team, because usually the winners are the guys that submit the replays. So a little funky there. As we're going to go Mothership for Cure versus Hero up next, guys. I'll get that hosted, but I need a moment or two to BRB. I'll see you guys in a sec. Alrighty guys, welcome into this next game. Liquid have a 2-1 lead. It's best of 7. Cure will come out to try and give them a match point opportunity. Hero, the bottom left. Red Protoss lost to mana. Put them in this kind of hole that they're in right now to get into game 4 right here. I was going to say instantly interesting because the pylon in the middle of the map means that Hero will be aggressive to start us off. Hard to scout this as Q, and as Hero, you have time to scout both locations and figure out which one you need to commit to. So gateway in the center finishes, Cybercore coming through, probing the Zalt coming by. He's just nibbling at the pros for a few moments as well. Just moving over, again, Reaper Factory coming by, Cybercore coming up. And we wait for the first units to really come out of this gateway and to put some pressure on. Now Cure is just blindly being very safe, right? Full wall off, factory coming down, double gas, he will expand. We'll see if he expands high ground, would be ideal. He might do if he doesn't see his opponents, and he's checking nearby for any information as to what's maybe going on. So Cure being very cautious in these early stages, trying to figure this out. And the probe goes down, so that will be caught. Yep, Scarlet and the Stalk together. We'll move straight through, and like I say, Q's been very safe. High ground CC, full wall off here. Yeah, you're going to be able to do some damage, but it's going to be very far from kind of the ideal situation. Widowmine's going to force one unit to kind of have to give itself up as well. That's very cute. SCV repairing, you can basically just try and retarget a little bit. I like that. It's not going to kill very much. You're going to keep chipping that depot, but there's going to be another Widowmine out already. Kind of wild. Another Stalk to the upper right side. Stalker, Warp Gate, Gateway. Next is coming through. We killed one mine, actually. The other will get burrowed, and now you can't come up to the high ground without giving off a Stalker. Unless you build an Adept and do, like, the Adept Shade Trick timing, so maybe that's a possibility still. Maybe that's something we could somewhat look toward. As the probe heads over to that natural Stalker, helping to chase the Reaper away for a few moments as well, pushing this back out. Keeping us nice and safe and steady for a little bit at the moment. Well, I was going to see the Reaper pulling back around. See the Stalker chasing, the Reaper taking some damage. It's going to go down now. A little grenade goes down for the probes. Just for a moment or two. Yeah, Gateway coming back over. Just going to see Tank Banshee Marines coming across, cloaking on the way in. Units all gathering up, but lots of units just kind of gathering here from Kieran into high-value forces. We'll have Banshee already going across the map as well. We'll see how much damage that can do. As we have... yeah, Banshee just kind of darting down the right side. Banshee those couple of Marines coming through. They're cloaking on the way in. Observer, Twilight Council, and Gateway coming up. I'm going to get rid of hallucinations, so... you're going to have detection, right? Observer's already out, so I don't think these Banshees have too much opportunity. There's actually an Observer already on the Banshee, it is, so... yeah, it's going to be pretty limited. The issue is from Hero is that you've gone for this kind of aggressive start, it didn't do much, then you've gone into a Robo now, Now we can have enough off this robo to actually play defense. Like, having the information with the observers queue, but if Kua pushes, do you actually live here as hero? Like, do you have the number of units you need to survive? Is my question. Like, I actually think it's a very difficult one to ask. Marine tank coming about. Widowmine's coming over. And yeah, the mortal on the charge coming through. Gates and the batteries coming up. Let's go see that observer overhead. We're going to keep stepping forward. The mines. Taking a few shots. SCV's looking to pull straight into this. A couple of these Marines already going down. Widowmine taking another shot going down right there. A few Marines stepping through. The Zealots take some damage. Tanks are going to be sieged. The bunkers coming into play. He's going to cancel one. Going to rebuild the other. There we are. Looking to get in from both sides. There's those Marines and everything else gathering through. Banshee's still joining together. And the bunkers will come into place right now. Good siege from Kira. I mean, it's so hard for Kira to fight this because the tech just isn't here yet. So charge is going to help a lot. But by then, there's going to be a ton of bunkers up. And that alone, I think, is going to make this very difficult. You see a bunch of probes now already going down. 3 or 4 workers now a pylon as well. So those probes have to stop mines. So their economy's already gone. The third base cancelling. So you're essentially playing a 1-base economy if these probes don't get back to it. Now the Banshee's going to overwhelm on the right side. I mean, the Stalkers can't really commit on the left. There's just not enough of them. The Widowmine's wasted. But man, I mean, the Banshees are just kind of soloing the Stalkers and the Anti on the right side of this fight. Immortal barriers are already on cooldown, by the way. We're going to target fire them with the Banshees. We're going to kill a single bunker here as hero, but that seems as though it's going to be it. The probe's taking some more damage. A few more shots coming through. And recall back. I don't think there's really much else to say, man. The Banshee's still getting over there. The Marines gathering. STVs are going to pull underneath and do a little bit of repairing as the Stalkers will try and maybe make another jump onto this army. They don't have blink though, so they can't jump. They can just waddle. They can just waddle in and take a bunch of damage in the process. It's not really ideal, is it? Not really ideal. Bunker comes down. A few Marines stepping over. Banshees will try and fire through. The Stalker's still going to be there. And yeah, Zealot Stalker together just going to try and fight this. Going to see the cloaking coming up on these Banshees as well, so we'll come through with that. It's going to turn back around for a couple of moments. And again, Stim coming through, Marines and tank coming over, Engineering Bay and the SCVs continue to produce. Just take a couple of moments at this current point in time and sit tight. Ready to see what'll happen. Banshee's going to continue firing. Tank taking damage as well. Immortal's still taking some shots. There's a couple of observers hanging about for a few moments now. Again, Marine tank coming through. Banshee's going to continue onto the Nexus. Going to go down. This feels like we've been losing this game for a while as hero. Start with the opening of the game, obviously not going great, not enough damage necessary off the proxy, and then Kira just hitting a beautiful little attack. And we kind of break through a lot of this as hero, but at a major cost. A lot of probes, ton of army. There's no observer. We scanned it and killed it at the start of this fight, which means the Banshee is still running rampant as well. See a couple of Zealots gonna run through. There's not much else you can do here. Kua 3, Hero 1. Or Liquid 3, CG Enters, or not CG Enters 1, should be the better way of saying it. As we wrap up that one. Alrighty, we are going to head into then Game 5. Get this ready to rumble. A couple of moments. Kua versus Bunny on Ruby Rock. So Kua, she has a very good chance just to close this series outright here, right? I mean, TVT is a very, back and forth matchup, and I don't think Kua Bunny is necessarily super one-sided or anything, but I think there's a good chance Kua can take Bunny down. I think it's very much so possible. That's the main thing, perhaps. As we'll get this ready to go then in just a second. So Kua and Bunny coming up. Hey, what's up? Just me, Executor. Thank you so much for the 5-month resale on the Prime, mate. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing great. Thank you for priming. Thank you for supporting. We go Ruby Rock here for the TVT. I just clicked watch solo instead of actually bringing everyone else in game. Put out of here. click watch solo, it literally just starts as well. Like, there's no second warning or anything. It's just like, you're watching this game now. It is official. Alright, invite everyone through and get ready to go. Alright, so Kyo with a chance to close this series out. Bunny with a chance to keep his team alive, win this, and then they'd have to win the 2v2 as well to force an ace match. An ace match in which Hero would not be usable because they've already used Hero twice. Yeah, using Hero twice and him going 0-2 does not exactly set you up for success, does it? So that's kind of crazy, because if Sigientis lose this, I mean, it's not the end of the world. They're 2-0. They already won against Starling Balls, but imagine they lost the Starling Balls ace as well, and then they lost this. They'd be in a really wild position. They obviously still have Basilisk to play, as well as No Ace Jin. Some tough teams coming up on the schedule for them at some point. Alrighty, we are, I think, ready to begin. Let's do it. Let's start this one off and see where we go. Do. Ba-ba-ba-ba-boom. In the bottom right hand side, we're going to start off with the blue Terran, who is obviously in need of a victory in this game, otherwise the series is over. It is Bunny in the bottom right from Not CJ Entus, while in the upper left side, our red Terran player will be Team Liquid's Cure. Alright, so TVT starts up here on Ruby Rock, racks on the gas on the way. SCVs are going to begin to build. Get this started for the moment. Whoa, Daily Herbivore. Gonna liven up the start of this series with a £100 donation. Yo, thank you so much, man. It's so rare we get donations nowadays. It really is. That's crazy. Thank you so much. Coming in. And with the £100, mate. I just didn't quite catch the message. I think it said thank you for running this. I'm just gonna double check. Thanks for running this. No worries at all. Thank you so much for the 100 on the dono. Thank you so much for the generosity. Some love in the chat for Daily Herbivore on the big donation. Thank you so very much. No worries. Again, shout out to Crate Entertainment. They sponsored this whole thing. And just a quick mention, guys. Again, there's a little Patreon update today. So Patreon, someone asked me yesterday about annual subs on Patreon. So that has been added. The Patreon now has annual subscriptions. You can also get Twitch VIP from Patreon now as well that we didn't do before. And there's also there's a couple of things basically going on that you can enjoy from that. So yeah, basically check out the Patreon. There's some more stuff going on there. There's the TLDR of it all, but yeah, obviously Patreon support goes a long way too. Just thought I'd mention the updates in case anyone find themselves intrigued. Here we're moving about. A couple of Marines are coming by. Just going to see the factory, the reactor coming online, the command center coming up, and the orbital still building. As we take a few moments. That Reaper and the Marine gathering. The two Reapers on the other side from Cure gathering as well, and waiting to figure out what exactly they might like to do in the next few moments. Alright, so the two Reapers just joining up. It'll take a couple seconds. Two Reapers coming around. Just gonna be seeing the Cyclone on the way. The Command Center and the SDVs coming about as well. Gonna see a couple of SCVs gathering around. Just gonna see the Ravens coming up. Hellions on the way in from Kua. Holo command building as well. So we're just gonna see the triple CC of Kua starting to get into play fully. But he's gonna go triple CC as well just a bit later on. And a couple of SCVs and the Hellions coming by. We have the depot coming about as well. So we'll just bring that through, get that going. For a couple moments. So far, so good. We gather about orbital command coming through. Take a couple of seconds here. See what we can maybe try and get going. Raven and the Interference Matrix both coming up. So we get all of that on the way in. A couple of Marines in the siege tank building as well. This Hellion Reaper force comes over to the right side. Just gets in place for a moment or so. Again, the barracks and the orbital building through. Bunny with the double racks on the way. Orbital coming up. And again, a few SCVs. The tank and the Marines coming about also. The extra barracks coming online. Looking good for now as we just take a few moments. So the Raven coming about. Again, that Interference Matrix coming through. Reaper hops to the low ground. Just going to move across for a couple of seconds as well. And Marine, Reaper, Cyclone, Hellion gathering. The Marines are going to step forward. Raven coming through. Again, everything coming over. Ravens joining up. Just going to see this orbital command dropping down onto the third base. Still got Reapers and Hellions gathering through once more. Push from Bunny. Remember, this is Kura on good economy and good army as well. They're actually going to, not bypass each other because Bunny does step through the center. So going to be seeing a couple of these units coming through. Just going to be seeing the Marines, Hellions continue to come about. Going to jump onto those couple of siege tanks. Just going to make our way straight through there. The SCV is going to pull off. So Kura just wins this fight already. That's going to be an amazing position. And now you push onto that third base. Try to see what else is going on. Yo, what's up, friends? Thank you for the 86-month resub. Discord VIP. Discord VIP? Wait, what? I'm confused. Well, hold that thought because I've got Marines and tanks pushing in. I mean, this orbital is obviously going on. Nothing really happened, but Kura's ahead. I mean, something did happen. Kura built a significantly faster third base and just kind of got into a good position for the mirror, and Bunny just kind of played... Bunny played standard while Kura kind of played a bit greedier, right? Was kind of the initial setup, basically. So that's kind of where things go at first, and we kind of just have continued on from that point. Now, you see... Yeah, at this point, Bunny is obviously in trouble, because then one fight happens, and Kura was just in a good position for this fight as well. I'm kind of surprised Bunny ended up taking it. I wonder if he could have backed away at any point. Stim finished with Bunny. This is another thing. Like, he invested into Stim earlier, and it's just not going to pay off for him at all. He's not going to get any chance to really use it. So, just a lot of the ways in which this game has kind of ticked along has gone very against Bunny. And so Liquid and hence Kura and hence Liquid are looking very, very good in this game. Vikings, Ravens, Marines, and tanks coming back over. Again, 1-1 combat shield coming up. Marine tank coming through. Reactors and refineries coming down. Bunny has air control. He's got the Vikings, right? But he lost so much that it doesn't really matter anymore. He's going to get matrices down here, Kura. He's going to be attacking in. A couple of tanks staying busy. We'll lose a bunch of SCVs. Some of these tanks might get unmatrixed to be able to join this fight. The Vikings landing makes a big difference. This is actually a hell of a fight from Bunny. That's going to bring him right back on the army supply. If only he wasn't as far down as he is in workers. Even still, it's going to give him an army that gives him a fighting chance. It was just a great fight. Kura commits in, matrices go down, and then he has no advantage to be committing in with. And Kura loses a lot of everything. So Bunny able to step back in this game. It is not done yet. And that is the beauty of TVT, because it's sometimes attacking when you're in the lead is just the absolute worst thing you can do. And in this case, it absolutely was pretty dismal in the grand scheme of things. Marines and Medevac's going to head down to the bottom side. Going to drop a scan off over to the right as well. Just going to be seeing a bit more of what's going on. Just gather up. Just going to see the Medevacs and the Marines pulling back over to that right side. Just pull back through there for a couple of moments. I'm going to see Marines, Medevacs coming back through. I think the main, a few Marines are going to get in after these SCVs. A bunch of those going down. Raven's taking a chance to deal some damage. The auto turret's coming back into place. Putting some more work in for a few moments as well. So just getting a little extra done right here. More value being found. We get 5 STVs. Supplies are still going to stay pretty similar at the moment though. So it's not exactly an ideal little situation. We've seen the 2-2 coming about. We continue to set this into place. Trying to see what else is happening here. Again, 2-2 coming about. Have vehicle weapons on the way in as well. Continue to bring that through for a couple moments now. Trying to see what else is going on. And we see in the middle of the map a few units going to try and move through as well. Marines back down to the bottom here. A few Marines going to stare each other down. Actually going to stim into this for the next couple of moments. So, now going to take a little bit of a chance through. A bunch of those Marines at Q have to go stepping away. The few Marines at Q are sitting in the top right, with about 10 supply lead. But this game definitely way scarier than it started out in the first place, right? Is the most notable thing right now. All the other bits and pieces coming back through. Marines are going to look to stim in again. Game just looking to try and maybe possibly make some forward moves right now. Army gathering together. Sense Tower coming down. Just going to see this army joining up, and you're right on the precipice of taking this fight. He loads up everything. Vikings and Ravens are so close, but we're going to get the boost and we're going to dive the main base. It's going to be brutal. It's a lot of Marines. Very risky play from Cure, but it is going to go off into the main, and he's going to be able to start working through a lot of this production. Now Bunny has to run into this main base. Cure's just going to run back into the corner. Okay, can he actually somehow threaten a way out of this with the lift and the leave? I think he's just going to try and stay out of tank range and just try and take this fight. He's 2-2 to 1-1 right now. Oh my god, his Marines are shredding! Upgrade advantage is huge, and obviously not just the orbital and the SCVs, but also so many Marines go down, and then Cure strikes with the main army as Bunny brought everything in panic to the main base. This right side orbital is obviously completely exposed, and that's just going to shut it down. Main and the third die within a minute of each other, within 30 seconds of each other. And without either of those, it's going to be difficult for Bunny in this game as Cure gets back into it in the end and is able to make it happen. Few shots going through. Vikings aiming for the Medevacs. Just going to see the Matrix is going down. Marines are going to try and step through once again. See what else will happen here. Just going to be seeing a couple units stepping by. Trying to come a bit further through for the moment. So again, getting in position. See what we can find. Get back over to the left side. Marine tank coming over. Yeah, at this point, Bunny basically has to just go and probably commit across the map. Army supplies are actually even here. Cure just has a way better economy. We're going to fight this. Tanks do not siege from Cure. He's going to recognize that that maybe is not a great scenario. The drop on the main base is nice. He's still picking up production. Gets a cancel on the command center. Everything moving to the left side here. Marines and tanks settling in. A couple scans coming down. Going to see the Marines are going to stim across. It's a lot of low HP tanks. If Bunny can just get a bit of damage on them. Oh, Cure can get a bit of damage on them. He's going to start cleaning up a bunch. Cure's down a lot of army supply, guys. This attack of Bunny may actually still have some life in it, as Cure has not been able to take a good fight across the map to save his life. I mean, he's just not been able to actually trade with this army, and he's got tons of resources. Kills off this medevac, saves this siege tank. Obviously, we'll have the defensive position to try and help him out here. Bunny is all in. If this attack does not work, he is done for. He has 2 bases, and that is it right now. Liberator staying sitting tidy for a moment or so. Marine's going to step through. Liberator goes down. The Vikings still overhead. Liberator's going to siege again. The Marines stim out this one more time. Going to take that Liberator out. The Vikings going to get blasted. The medevac goes down as well. A few more Marines and tanks while the tank's on siege. Going to pull back around over to the right side for a couple moments instead. Engagement just going to come straight through and try and fight for a little bit. I do think we're probably going to see this game get decided in the next few moments. Q also has upgrade lead. If we can get into a fight that kind of matters for that is going to be probably the question mark here as well. And they look to try and move through, look to try and get aggressive. And those Libs and the Vikings continue to gather around. Sitting tight for the moment, holding out for now as best we can, as long as possible. Libs still firing, dealing some more damage, a little bit more being done. Vikings are going to stay through, getting after that orbital. And the orbital is dropping. A couple more Libs going to siege up on top of this. Tank's going to have to unsiege and back it up. One tank just about gets away. The Marines looking to come back through that orbital, escaping out of here. More units coming about. Bunny is now about even army supply-wise. These Marines have gone for a flanking move, maybe shutting down reinforcements, maybe looking to catch some other bits and pieces. Here obviously still has a lot of bases, and it's just taken Bunny too long, I think, to get forward. Yeah, this round is looking very good. If I am Kua, I'm happy with it, especially because it's 3-3 to 2-2, so the Marine aspect of this will be quite one-sided. It's still not pretty from Kua, but it's going to be good enough. Pretty and good enough is 2 very different things, obviously. In this case, pretty, it does not need to be. Kua wins this game and wins this series for Liquid in a matchup that just did not need to look like this at all. Like, this was so difficult compared to the need of the whole thing. That was kind of a little crazy that we that the game went like that. So we will go into Gem Garden for this 2v2 to round out this series. Obviously, we play 6 maps no matter what. So yeah, we play 6 maps no matter what. So in that regard, we still play this in a few moments. Alright, we'll host into this, get this ready to go. See what'll happen. I mean, it's just 4 points on the map scores, unfortunately, but I mean, go Liquid again, a win is kind of huge for them, for sure. Alrighty, I think we're good to go, guys. So, kicking off into this last 2v2. Awesome, so 2v2 for my point, as it's going to be Skillus and Mana taking on Hero and Shin. What's happening with the Spirit games from last week? They are going to be cast when we finish this game. That is going to be next on our list of things to do. In the top right side, Skillus and Mana are part of the winning team today, so Liquid, man, getting it done. What's crazy is Liquid are going to win this without Clem. So Clem not being here, and yet Liquid are still going to get themselves a win, and Noxy Giant is down. That's a massive win for Liquid. They're starting off very strong in this event. Obviously, you have some good teams still to play against, especially versus Noah's Jinair and Basilisk and so on are going to be pretty important matches, but should kind of keep this very interesting, very excited to get through to that and round this out as Hero and Shin on the top left side. Like I say, fighting for a map point. This was just not their series today, unfortunately. This was just not their series. Pylon's coming down, hatch is coming up. It'll take a few moments to see a gate and the probe coming through. The assimilator's coming into play. Pylon's coming down, just going to see the gate coming about. And again, that gate coming down the other side. Hatch, cast, and pool all coming in. Drones coming up. And you get the celled gate pylon probe coming through for the moment. Alright, next is to the bottom side. I'm just going to put that into position as well. So we actually block these two bases here, and Skillus just says, I don't care, I want to expand anyway. So, yeah, it's funny because pylon blocks are very effective against Protoss because they're both Protoss. Pylon block is going to be effective in this 2v2 as well, so... Couple Stalkers will build. Cybercore about to finish from Skillus. Next, the probe and the warp gate coming through. Link speed and a couple of queens building by. A couple of drones popping out shortly. Again, just going to be seeing the link speed coming up. A couple of queens coming through. Just going to be pinging around and seeing what's going on. Yeah, a couple of Stalkers are going to be here to poke back this Overlord. So it's interesting because Mana does not expand, right? He's just going to go one base Twilight Council initially. Skillus is Chrono boosting out the probes. I'm very curious as to what the plan is going to be here long term. Shooting, a couple of probes taking some damage. Just going to get a shove away on that. Initially, Stalker going to be there and hold out onto the Nexus for a couple of moments. Just continue to ping through that for, like I say, a second or two right now. It's a bit of damage being done. Stalkers and Lings coming across. Just going to jump onto that Stalker in a moment or so as well. Lings coming back over. Maybe trying to figure out what we want to try and do here overall. Seeing those few Lings gather. The Stalkers step back. Going to be seeing the few Lings going to take their dive on through, so absolutely going to look to make something happen here in the next couple moments. Just going to be stepping over, so big commitment in. Off we go. Again, Lings, the hatchery coming about, a couple of Stalkers are shooting. Other Lings continuing by, the Stalkers will keep the action going, and the Lings are still going to be pressuring. Looking to get in over here, just going to see a couple of Stalkers coming back around as well, and... Mana and Skillus kind of getting forced back. Hero, the colors have not helped me understand what's going on, so Skillus actually has enough Stalkers to kind of hold off the rest of what is left for Hero. Mana's kind of holding on the front. It looks as though Hero and Shin are just sending this, obviously. Hero never expanded, so he is just going to 4-gate this, and we're going to go, and keep moving through as the Stalkers and Sentries gather. A couple more Sentries warping in. Defense from Skillus and Mana looking to hold this right side at the moment. And Stalkers will fight. Just going to see a couple more of those Stalkers going down already. A bit more being done. A bit more damage being dealt. Stalkers still chase through, looking to push by. And just going to see the rest of the Stalkers coming ground once more. Just going to see the push forward continuing. And away we continue. Well, that's so far still a defense. I mean, Mana's lost a bunch of probes as some Lings got through. So Mana's economy is not great. Skillus is okay. Obviously, Hero was more committed than anyone as well with the one base. He's going to go Dark Shrine now. Try and mix that up a little bit. And a few Stalkers step away for a few moments, so we just pull back out of here. And the Stalkers do just back all the way out of here. Dark Shrine battery coming through. It's going to drop a ping down. A couple more of these Lings are getting caught already, so Lings just keep on dropping. Stalkers keep on chasing. Lings come back about. A few Stalkers going to get in underneath. This Overlord will go down. You can see a couple of Stalkers blink to the low ground as well. And Stalkers across the board gather. The few Lings are looking to run by already. Just going to run straight through, get in after the probe, and just going to be having the rest of these Stalkers getting up to the high ground once more. Lots of Lings melee coming through. The Stalker's still setting up here. We gather for a moment or so, and we look to keep on being aggressive. The units step back for a moment or two. A couple of Adepts are going to shade out onto the map as well. Just going to see this Adept still taking a few more shots. A few Lings getting picked away at. Stalker's trying to fight. Pylon going down. Do you see the extra Zealots still warping in? These Lings are still going to try and run forward as well. It's a lot of Lings actually running on both sides. Just going to see the Prism getting pushed back. Prism's very low. A couple more Stalkers warping through here, but on the bottom side, these Stalkers get caught. Shin just has so many Lings, and the thing from Skillus and Mana is they're both playing the same units, right? They're both playing Stalkers, so Lings are going to be good against all of them. Skillus finally recalling as well. Maybe he should have just recalled while his opponent was recalling, because then at least the Lings wouldn't have been able to team up. Hero's still low on supply, but obviously compared to the other guys, Shin just has a ton of stuff, and maybe that plus just what Hero has is enough to give CGN just another point on the board in this series. See the few Zerglings continue to come about. We are going to move over there. Just seeing the Lings looking for that wraparound, and they are going to catch. As we are going to be seeing the push through. I think that's just going to be game. I don't think Mana and Skillus have the damage output to get through these Zerglings, unfortunately, so I do think this is just going to get rounded out, closed out, and that is pretty much going to be that. A few Lings going back the other way again, but yeah, I just don't see us really fixing this at this stage. Pretty sure this one gets wrapped on up. Lings keep going through. Skillus and Mana both 34 suppliers, so GG, well played. Hero and Shin take a map, but will not affect the series score. Question about, is it possible one's controlling the economy and one controls the fight? You can always tell who's controlling what by the ring on the ground. So because this is a blue ring, Hero has that unit selected. So for example, when Mana and Skillus both had Stalker selected, you would see Skillus had control with the red ring and Mana with the light blue ring. But what that means is that if Mana Stalkers have a red ring, then that would mean that Skillus has them selected. So, yeah. GG's. Liquid take this one, though. 4-2 in the end is the final score. So, yeah. But yeah, that's just a good way to tell in the future in case you're wondering, because it is possible. Like, you can kind of play like that, but yeah, it's a good way. And in Archon mode, there's like a full line and a dotted line to tell the difference between it as well. So if you ever watch Archon mode, there is also a way to tell who is going to be doing what. So yeah. Alrighty guys, let me just host up a couple more games as we're going to be going into, first of all, Polish Power versus Onside. What order are we doing these in? So we're going to pick up the Polish Power versus Onside match that was last week. We're going to kick this off. So this is 2-2 right now. It's going to be Spirit versus Riong. Cool. So yeah, we're going to start with Spirit versus Riong. And then go into a 2v2 and go from there. Perfect. So, because this is a 2-2, we're going to have the other two games no matter what. The other matchup is 3-1, and the rule we made was that if the series is done, we cancel the other non-played matches for the teams that were, for teams that were not, what am I thinking? For the teams that had to play matches late, instead of making people rearrange for a map score kind of game. But it doesn't matter in this case because we've got a 2-2. But for the second match, I guess I'll explain on the second match if it matters. So yeah, I'll explain on the second match if it matters. Alright though, we're going to go into this TVT, Riong versus Spirit. And then we have, like I say, so Riong versus Spirit, 2v2. And then the villains matchup to get into as well. So we've got at least probably 2... Minimum amount of maps we cast here is 3. So we've got at least 3 more maps coming up for you guys, so do with that information as you wish. What's up, TKL? Thank you for the raid. Sweet, I just need a moment for ads and then we can kick this off. Perfect. So yeah, it's 2-2 between Onside and Polish Power in this series. Finally, we're going to get some results for Polish Power in this league. Finally going to get some info down, which is nice. It's very exciting. Very exciting indeed. Cool. Alright guys, sweet. Let's go into this Riong Sport game, guys. So, it's 2-2 between Polish Power and Onside. Obviously, I think Onside big favorites in this match in general. Just to remind you what happened in this event or in this match before this point. So, it opened up with Zaun taking down Geralt. Elazer beat Christiana, and then Elazer and Geralt took down Christiana and Riong. Onside did get another map win with Maru over Geralt. That's actually kind of a crazy game, because the Maru-Geralt game was one which was like, well, it was actually very nearly not good for Maru. Geralt was actually in some okay positions in that game at times. So that was kind of crazy too as we set up and get ready to go. Bottom left, our blue Terran player then is going to be Riong from Onside. While in the upper right, our red Terran is going to be Spirit. Alright, C is just going to be coming up. We've seen the SCV coming across. What's up, Grizzle the Bear? Thank you so much for the 13-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thanks so much for supporting today, as we just have the SCV coming about, heading down to the bottom side after scouting initially. TVT, Riong's TVT is usually very, very good, so I'm expecting him to kind of come through and pack quite a punch here. Just going to see our commands in a building. Depot's on the way. Trying to see what's going on. Just have the SCV stepping over for a moment. Just going to come down toward the bottom left-hand side. And yeah, that Reaper coming up. Factory building. So far, so good. Couple Reapers head toward the upper right side, just trying to get settled in. Getting up towards that top side initially and get in position right here. Two Reapers make their way to that upper right side. Not going to be able to do too much just yet. So we hold out for a moment or two and take a couple seconds. So the Reapers head down, starport coming through, CC coming up, again the orbital, and the Marines building by. Reaper in the Helene coming by, starport on the way. So far, so good. What's up, Queen Isla? Thank you so much for the 44-month resub as well on the Prime. Hope you're doing great. Thank you so much for the 44 months. Thank you for priming. Appreciate you. Barracks coming over. React coming through. Do take a second or so to just get this DVD on the way. Really not too much going on just yet, so... Can take a few moments to, like I say, see a little bit of what we want to try and do here. Glance into building up. A couple of SCVs coming by. Just more primes. What's up? Ripbat1. Thank you so much for the 3 months on the Prime as well. Any more primes while we're on the Prime shout-out train? And this TVT is not really kicked off just yet. Anyone else want to shout about what's going on? Anyone else? Any support for StarCraft via the Prime subs? Use it now? Well, use it whenever, actually. You can do it as you wish, but yeah. Interference, Maddox, Ravens coming up, Reapers and Cyclones heading through. Just going to be seeing this. Nope, hope everything's good with me. No, I'm good. Hope you're doing well as well. Everything is fine and dandy over here. Apart from the fact we're doing Team League and this tournament drives me insane. Minor issue. Reapers, Hellions, Cyclones coming through. Marines going to get jumped on. The Raven going to drop an order turret down. Cyclone War is going to go 1-for-1, and these couple of Reapers from Spirit probably won't do much else. Riong just hold the high ground using that order turret very nicely. Able to do a great job right there initially as you just have the Reaper back around that right side. And a couple of Ravens coming about. The Reapers are going to move through. Siege Tank Marines building. The Engineering Base and the Barracks all coming up as well. And everything gathering just for a second or two. We have that stim starting up. There's going to be more Barracks. It is going to be Bio from Spirit just to get that confirmation as well. It's just confirming that. The starport is going to drop down onto the reactor, and we just have this orbital is going to be stuck. Not able to land because of the Reaper blocking it for a few moments. That will not last forever, though. Get that dealt with. Reaper's just going to chase. Just going to see a tank able to get a... all the work done. Just gonna be seeing the one upgrades and that stim building from Riong. We're quite far ahead on the bio upgrades, isn't he? Maybe the 1-1's not too crazy, but the stim being that far along could maybe give Riong a timing here if he finds a way across the map. It's always difficult because you're typically saying, well, you've got stim to what? Stim into a bunch of tanks? Yeah, I mean, realistically, being behind the stim is not the end of the world in TVT. A lot of the time, I mean, sometimes it can be. It can be disastrous. It can obviously go wrong. There's not a... Oh, yeah, no, it's not... You're not going to say it's always going to be fine to be behind on stim, but most of the time you do have kind of ways to kind of stay in it and so on. So definitely helps. And as we continue through... Yeah, 1-1 upgrade, stim coming by. You take a couple of moments then. Going to be seeing these tanks sieging up. Marines and order turrets coming down, and we are going to have ourselves a little bit of a push through. Tanks in some trouble. Massive order turrets. I mean, this SCV's already dropping. In this case, we're not even going to get to use the stim because there's not that many Marines yet. So 13 SCVs dead, and this push from Spirit put him in a great spot. Third denied. And let's see the Marines going to try and stim in now. Matrixes go down. We're going to stim through onto this. The siege tank going to be taking some damage. We see another order turret coming down. This breakthrough from Riong is not actually going to go off. Spirit is going to hold the low ground for the moment. And yeah, Spirit gets ready. He looks as though he's setting up bases for the future. He's going to take this base to the top. Obviously, 5 bases on this map is great if you can get this forward base in TVT. Forward positions to the map. Terrans just love them. In TVT, which is this kind of chess matchup of kind of stepping forward and moving through and seeing what you can do. In this matchup especially, some forward bases can go a long way in your benefit. Riong comes across the map. I mean, there's a sense tower here, so, you know, Spirit would see him moving forward in that direction. I just don't think Riong has anything to really work with now. Stim is going to be evened out. Combat Shield is a little bit fast even from Spirit, so upgrades are even now. Imagine you might catch a few of these units returning home, so that's nice. Just before Stim, not that it's going to make much difference, but there's some supply going down at least, and maybe Riong opens the door. He gets a cancel on this 4th base without ever really seeing it's there, so 4th base gets cancelled up, and Spirit for the moment at least will actually have to hang back. He'll build a new command center in the main instead. So hey, some progress by Riong by moving onto the map. Obviously, economy-wise, he's still down by 14 workers. He had to relocate the 3rd, so he's still in a bit of a position of resetting and rebuilding, but it's maybe not as bad as it originally seemed. Like I say, originally seemed pretty bad. A couple SCVs getting after the Ravens. Some Marines just goes to him up here. They find a medevac, they find a few more Marines, more free pickings. You take those when you can get them when you're behind in the game, and hence Riong is going to keep himself kind of in this for now, so doing a decent enough job of that at the moment. Marine tank medevac will be joining in the center once again. Still got an SCV and a depot off over to the sides, and yeah, the rest of this Marine tank medevac army coming across just for the moment. Into the middle of the map we go. A couple of Marines actually going to stim in and get after the SCV there. Take that down. Picking away at this depot. Depot is going to end up cancelled. Scan down the right hand side, so the medevac looking to come across just for a couple of moments as well. 2-2 building, +1 vehicle weapons on the way in. Marine on Marine action for a few moments as well. Just going to get some fights breaking out there. A few units cleaning up on that bottom side, and now we come back around on the right. On the left side, on the bottom of the map, these Marines are going to dive through. They're going to go after the siege tank, go after those SCVs. SCV's going to be in a lot of trouble. 6 workers already down and more dropping. On the right side, those tanks get siege. Going to hit the orbital command for a little bit as well. Siege tank just walks right into that. That's going to be trouble. Now the SCV's still taking damage. The orbital lifts off. We're going to pull away. A few more Marines are going to get engaged through. I mean, we just lost 27 SCVs as Riong, so hard to really say anything too positive about this, because 27 workers is going to keep him really behind on economy. His army is solid, though. I mean, his army is good, equal upgrades, and a little bit of an army lead, and he has position on the map currently as well. He's going to swing maybe to the central base. Spirit taking this as a 4th. If you hold the central base, obviously you're in a great position, where we talked about, but holding it is not a guarantee, and the Sense Tower does not see these medevacs. They can maybe dive the main, or the back of this mineral line. I think I just like the main, being as far away as possible. Riong gets Matrix, so these tanks are not going to do anything, so Spirit is right to kind of commit in. While the tanks are unable to fight back, it's going to be a cleanup. All those tanks go down. The Marines already unloading into the main base over here. Going to get rid of the engineering bay. +3 attack goes down. A couple of depots are going to fall. A few more units going back through the center of the map as well. Still got +3 attacks. Still got +1 vehicle weapons. A couple of siege tanks building through. We're still fighting SCVs and Marines going the other way. Another Marine gets picked off. More shots going through in the middle of the map. We can see Marine tank pushing forward as well. Tanks still holding their own there. Marines getting absolutely blasted. Now Riong around the top, looking to maybe get into the back of this natural, so looking to unload over here. A couple of these Marines will begin to get through. A couple of those SCVs begin to drop already. Marines getting picked away at. Medevac lifts off, pulls back over to the right-hand side. And on the bottom side, we're just going to see more Marine tank medevac pushing down as well. Spirit up 156 to 127 supply, so holding the lead of this game right now as the medevacs will boost back along to the top. So medevacs up top, moving over. Riong is going to have a 4th base landed at least, so a base count is equal, but he's going to need some fantastic fights here to really even things out. Like, his army supply is down, his worker count is down, so the army of Spirit just keeps growing. And I love the tech we're seeing, the libs and so on, to help solidify this game. Riong does resort to the movement of the medevacs to perhaps be his kind of pathway back into this. So I kind of like it. I guess we'll see what goes on overall. Marines just unload, a few Marines and medevacs off over to the right side as well. And gather back up for a few more moments, and again, just going to see the scan coming down to 3 attack, Vikings, Marines, the tank coming over. Move up top, just going to go for a stint into this SCV in the command center, picking that off already. A couple CCs will be dropped down. Again, lots of Marine tank gathering for the moment. Stint up the right side, just going to be pushing through. Tank going to get caught in the interference matrix right there. Now the Marines are stepping forward. Raven goes down. The missile turret's going to be falling. It's going to be seeing a lot of this Marine tanks continues to head over. Liberator going to siege, and the Marines want to try and make their way back across. The drop on the bottom side has forced this base to evacuate, though. We're killing everything right now if these Marines don't get stopped. That's terrible for Riong. Obviously, Spirit loses this location, but Riong is again the player who loses more SCVs. He does get stop Spirit on this attack at least. Spirit is actually equal on army supply, but again, still 16 workers ahead. That worker lead has been here the entire freaking game. It's not been going anywhere, obviously, so that's kind of been a huge factor as we just see the scan dropping about, trying to keep an eye on what else is going on here. All those upgrades come up. Marine tank on the way. We had a missile turret. We had a couple CCs on. Going to see the Marines stepping up. They're going to get some grabs. The rest of the Marine tank coming over too. Everything settling for a couple of moments. All those tanks siege up over here. Marine tank liberator coming about. Just going to have the army of Riong settling at the moment. Big position at least. It's going to knock down his third if it doesn't lift. Lifts just about in time, so he's able to get out of there for the moment. So we peel away from that one. And now a few Marines head down the left as it's going to be Riong stepping away from some of these aggressive positions. Couple things building through. Tank and the Marines coming up. Marines get in there. First Marine going down as well. Just going to get a grab on that to start us off right away. Big Marine tank army gathering through. Stepping out over to the left-hand side. Scanning again. Classic game of TVT. Lots of sitting and waiting to see what comes next. Riong's gonna get maxed out. I mean, again, he feels like he's been behind this entire game so far. The Vikings get after for a little bit of damage. Just going to see the starports coming up as well. Continue to build there. A few Marines trying to get underneath. All that Marine tank gathering through. So Marines is going to stand. Oh, Riong actually gets a jump on this army. Tanks get blasted. Marines going down. Tank gets killed. Fusion core Vikings, tank and the Marines coming over. Just going to see a tank going down there as well. Army still going to the left side. Tank siege up once more. Going to blast. Spirit actually down on supply. Wow. Riong wins this game. It's really a masterclass in kind of playing from behind in the TVT. He's been in trouble throughout this and is slowly but surely kind of dragged himself back in it and is genuinely at the point of maybe bringing himself all the way back in. Tank still set there. Marine tank on the right side joining as well. He's going to scan it up. Drop to clean these tanks up one by one. Spirit brings it back supply-wise though, so again, Lots of moving parts. Spirit is going to be a 6-base Terran, essentially. Obviously, Riong has constantly been behind in bases, and again, economy has just been Riong's issue. His army supply in the lead, but if Spirit can just hold defensively, that army supply lead just does not matter. So, can we maybe make that happen here to round this out? So far, we continue to sit and wait. Riong actually gets caught a little bit here, so he loses a few units. He's pushing up the left side. Now his army supply is trailing, though. Yeah. The Spirit's been ahead kind of the entire time, and I think the most important thing is that Spirit's not just been ahead, but he's been continuing to progress himself in this game. And even though Riong's caught up at points, it's always been a deficit, right? Like, he's just about hung on in there. He's equaled out the supply a couple of times, but it's never really felt like he's truly had a chance, to properly bring this all the way back over. Marine tanks dipping through, a few Marines getting after the planetary, a few Marines after the orbital. Tanks are going to blast down these planetary forges at least, but, every bit of damage the Spirit does feels very final with what everything else is going on for it here. Those few Marines get after the siege tank, going to be able to grab that as well. Reactor's going down, starport's still taking damage, a few tanks on the left side moving through as well. Marines will be able to get the orbital, we'll be able to get the starport too. It's going to be seeing the medevac still boosting around. 21 SCVs killed, Riong down to 32 workers against the 68 workers of Spirit. Tight and tidy for a couple of moments here. Now that Marine tank force still gathering around. CC coming up on the top left. Actually trying to chase down after those couple of Ravens. Anti-armor missile striking. Once those Marines get shot at, it's going to be seeing one tank, two tanks going down. Spirit going to clean this up. Wrong. Doesn't really have much left to do. GG must be called. Spirit will take the Polish power to a 3-2 victory, 3-2 lead with a map advantage at the moment. Guys, I'm just going to be 2 minutes. When we come back, it's more games as we go 2v2 on Rohana for Zaun and Maru against Geralt and Spirit. BRB. Welcome back. Thank you for the patience. This in the bottom right. Zan and Maru must win a 2v2 to stay alive in this matchup against the Polish Power. If they win, they force an ace match, taking on Spirit and Geralt in the top left of the map to get this one on the go. Ready to rumble. Interested to see what comes of the 2v2 then. Definitely quite volatile. Spirit has definitely been one of the stronger 2v2 players over the last year or so, just generally speaking. Yovara, nearly there with the big 100 at the 75-month resub. Hell yeah. Just a casual 2 years to go. But what is that when you've already done 8? Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. Hope you are keeping well. Thank you so much for the support. Time flies. It does, yeah. Time does fly. Well, time is flying a lot lately. It's kind of crazy. Everyone gonna expand on this map that can be kind of aggressive, so no super early shenanigans at least. Separated main base is not gonna cause issues in this game. Probe's just getting up to the high ground. Gonna move for a couple seconds. We get set up over here. Just going to boost in the Nexus. Reaper coming over. Let me just move by for some early pressure. Trying to see what will happen for these next couple of moments. Still pushing ourselves in here. Actually getting some Hellions in. Hits the Terran Mineral line, which is a bit less effective because 2 Hellions and just not get rid of SCVs as quickly. And seeing Adept in the high ground as well, also looking for some damage, so finding some opportunity over here as a couple of Adepts will stick around with the Marines. This Adept of Geralt will get chased down a little bit, a few SCVs pulling over. Full scout of the 3 racks though, and the triple CC, so you know it's 3 racks triple CC on the side of Maru. And that just tells you a big story about where this game is going right now. And about where we are at. Stargate coming up. Oracle and the Probe coming through. A couple of engineering bays coming by as well. This goes a Geralt straight to third base. So he's just going to go greed with the greed. Spirit's is going to go bio as well, so no mech in this game. We've seen a lot of games where the Terrans don't go mech, which I do find kind of surprising, to be honest. And the one coming through. I'm just going to be seeing the rest of this gathering back up. Going to be seeing the Oracle coming around, trying to see what else is going on here for a couple seconds. It's Oracle from Zaun. He gets in for a couple kills, but that'll be about it for the moment. Otherwise, you just see a bunch of Marines continue to gather together. Yeah, a couple Phoenix building through, Fleet Beacon, Zaun getting the right idea, gonna go mass Phoenix. I'm actually surprised Geralt isn't. I feel like the Phoenix are just so powerful. Usually the Phoenix with mech and then obviously into like Sky Toss mech is just very good. Obviously no mech this game, but I still think Phoenix have been so powerful. We've seen so many times where these Phoenix just find value in the 2v2, and you can get away with making so many because your teammate has the support. Usually to make this amount of Phoenix, you don't have the ground army for it to be good. But that's obviously alleviated by the fact you have a teammate that is making a ground army for the Phoenix to be good. So you actually have the support you need to make that okay. So I'm just going to shoot. Phoenix will take some damage. That's going to drive in. We're actually going to grab a bunch of these stalkers. Marines are going to get underneath. I was going to say, like, it's kind of like, well, can we kill all of these? But yeah, if the Marines show up, you definitely can. You're going to kill a bunch of them. So Geralt loses a ton of supply. Well, Phoenix good, guys. kind of been saying it, but Phoenix good. As you see Stimpack, Comfort Shield, and that +1 continue through, so those upgrades really do just continue in right now. So Stim Combat +1 coming through, Charging +2 coming up, Temple Archives on the way. Phoenix going to turn back around to the bottom right. Yeah, Temple Archives just coming around there, and just see the main army, though, Zaun and Maru just kind of pressing up the front and threatening the idea of potentially a bit of an attack here. So they do seem to be liking the idea of maybe trying to get something sorted out right now. Sorry. I just moved my headset, now my ears hurting. Apologies, guys. Oh, must have been in a really awkward position. My ear is like aching. Jeez. Ow. That's wild. This headset's usually very comfortable. Apparently putting my headset on my head today was a challenge. Well, Phoenix Bio tank moving up that right hand side, looking to get to the top side. A few more High Templar coming in. Phoenix gonna find stalkers. This time the recall comes in quickly, but we do still kill one. Well, the Archons are great because they at least should not really take any damage to the Phoenix. So Archons at least can kind of just fight against Phoenix without having issues. And again, the Phoenix coming back around. Just going to be seeing the 2-1 upgrades coming about. Cannon in the gates coming by, piling in position. Just going to see those Phoenix still moving around. Again, +2 air weapons, the carrier and the mothership all producing. So Zaun just getting a lot of bits and bobs online at the moment. Just going to see those Phoenix back around from the left, coming back over there in the next few moments. Well, those Phoenix come back by, and like I said, they're just going to control the map. Another Stalker goes down. There are the Archons, like I said, they're going to be great. Maru's army pulling back. Still just building a lot of Marines. As you guys can see, he's going to have to get Ghost soon, but he's already got them on the way. You're going to see this army committing in. Geralt and Spirits. Onto an aggressive position here. A map win here. Wins them this series as the bio gathers, and the question will be, do we have enough to get rid of this this carrier force? That's going to be the big question up in the skies of this one. So that will be where we sit right now. Just going to see the Marine tank coming back over into the center. Pylon going to take some damage. The Marine tank pulling away. Good defensive position from Maru. Tank's going to get a lot of shots off. So we are going to see Spirit losing a few bits of supplies and in a supply block, and also just not with a lot of stuff in comparison. But maybe still has some of the best stuff with so many carriers coming online. Geralt is going to try and get to Storm, which is a fun addition. Again, the EMPs and the Ghosts available from Maru gives him a very good opportunity as well. Zaun. I mean, are the carriers just too much right now is going to be the question, right? Can the units of Geralt/Spirit fight against that amount of interceptors easily? Because there's not like a naturally good carrier counter in this army. So as long as you can kind of like just get rid of the interceptors, that may not matter. Cloaking comes down. There's going to be a fight. EMPs come down. Geralt's army just melts. I mean, that was never going to look good. He just charged straight into a choke, and then Spirit's not really close enough because they attacked in. I feel like they're feeling eager, feeling a bit frisky after taking down these bases, but that was not it. That was not the engagement we needed to go for. Suddenly it's Geralt. He's on the losing end of this supply battle. And Spirit's not exactly in a great position because obviously he got chased away after his Protoss support kind of melted. Wow. That's going to be a series. I mean, I know it's been a bit split up, guys, but again, Geralt felt like he had opportunities against Maru in the 1v1 they played in this match as well. I was going to go to 3-3, but this was actually a match which was very winnable for Polish Power without going to an ace. Obviously now we are going to an ace, so... Well, just that was not the fight at all. Sunwolf was a bit late. Doesn't matter. How much more difficult is 2v2 to cast? I don't think it is. I think if you kind of approach it, and I think it may be difficult to cast without sounding wordy, I guess. A lot of the time for me, you know, I like to explain who's in the lead or who I think's in the lead and justify why that is, and a lot of the time for me that goes to explain like the supply situation, right? So I'm like, well, if you compare the Terran supply, and then the Protoss and the Protoss supply. So sometimes it's like, it gets to that sort of point where it's like a little wordy perhaps in terms of casting, but like, I don't think it's harder. I just think there's a lot going on sometimes, but people don't really expect like the in-depth analysis on 2v2 either, right? So let's just chill. I don't like observing 2v2. I don't like observing in the first place, so then obviously it goes a little crazy and gets busy and stuff. It's, yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Alright, guys, we are going to go into an ace match. This does go to 3-3, does go to an ace. They did manage to get that organized as well. So 3-3 to an ace match, and obviously Geralt can't play the ace because they played 2 players already. So Geralt already played twice in the main games. On side sent out Zaun, Christiana, Riong, and Marius. They could actually play anyone in this ace match. And they should know it's going to be between either Spirit or Elazer. Well, they will know it's either between Spirit or Elazer. And would you guys like to guess the ace before I tell you? Because I have it in front of me. Yeah, I'll let you guys have 30 seconds to guess the ace match if you do so wish. Spirit Maru. I think Spirit or Elazer is kind of a reasonable choice in terms of the I think Spirit's Elazer's been pretty good lately. Like maybe Elazer is kind of the more preferred choice perhaps than Spirit. Elazer's down. Obviously, I would say Maru is obviously the obvious ace, but maybe Maru TVT. I mean, Maru's TVT is really good. Maybe the main thing that turns me off suggesting Maru is because they didn't choose Maru to play the ace against Shopify. So yeah, they didn't pick Maru to play the ace against Shopify. So because of that, they sent Zaun out. So yeah, Spirit Maru for me too. Elazer, please. Elazer Maru. It's gonna be Elazer versus Zaun. So yeah, it's gonna be ZVP Elazer versus Zaun. Yeah, like I say, they obviously just seem to be wanting to send Zaun out instead of Maru in the ace. And I think Elazer and Spirit's actually both kind of an up in the air kind of choice, honestly. I think they're both good. They're both playing pretty decently at the moment and getting some good wins, so I kind of think it's harder to pick between the Polish guys. But yeah, it's going to be Elazer versus Zaun for some ZVP. Alright, ace match time, guys. It's all tied up in this matchup. We're finally going to close out one of these series that's been lingering since the start of the league. In the bottom right-hand side, Elazer will be our blue Zerg player. And in the top left, our red Protoss is going to be from onside. It is Zaun. Alright, so a deciding map here. Zaun and Elazer. Some PvZ. Probe blocks the hatchery. It goes down to the third base instead. So that's going to be a starting point just to begin us with. And go from there. Yo, what's up, Powder Skier 73 converting from a Prime sub to a Tier 1 sub? Always great to see. Thank you so much for choosing to make your sub a little bit more permanent. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Always great to see the Prime sub conversions. It is nice as well. So in this current day and age of SC2 guys, or not necessarily SC2, but of Twitch, there is there is kind of a lot of Twitch moving contracts around and stuff, and real subs are actually very powerful, because it doesn't matter to me right now, but eventually we may end up having to need a certain amount of like actual real subs and not primes to be able to qualify for the better revenue split. So appreciate the real subs. Like I said, it doesn't matter too much right now. Just appreciate the doesn't matter right now, but just like I said, it's the kind of thing that we might have to talk about more in the future and push a little harder, because losing a higher revenue split would really suck. So yeah, we'll chat about that if it ever comes about. But like I say, that's why it's specifically very nice to see some of those prime conversions come through. We so much appreciate your content and passion for the game. I appreciate it, mate. Thank you so much. Appreciate your support for it. As always, none of this happens without you guys, so appreciate the support. I'll make sure to keep on putting out everything that I can do, and keeping us on the right track in terms of enjoying StarCraft 2. Fear not, for we shall continue to StarCraft. Ling Speed, Queens, Lings, and Drones all coming about for a few moments here, so we get that on the way. The next is about to finish. Stargate is on the way. And Adept building up, as you do see. Trying to boost on the Adept initially as well. Going to be seeing the Adept heading downwards, the Probe heading upwards. And that Warp Gate still building by. Ling Speed and the Queen continue to come through. Get that on the way by. Just going to see where we're going to. Really hope to make it to an offline event. Yeah, I really hope we make it to an offline event as well. I would love to see an offline event this year. I guess Home Story Cup. It's going to be offline, but I'd love to see something else outside of a Home Story Cup. Would be sick. Brain Dead with the 20 gifted subs. Mate, you just dropped 20 gifted subs like 2 streams in a row? Was it yesterday you dropped 20? Maybe it was the day before. Thank you so much for another 20 bomb coming in. As we see these Adepts going to shade up. Let's see how this goes. Oh, nice position on the Adepts. Slow for the Lings to do damage here. We're only going to lose, what, 2 drones? It's actually really not bad for Elazer. It didn't even stop mining, so... Alright, quick shout out on the subs. Going out 20 of them, sorry, from Brain Dead to De La Soul Dead, Bartholomew Mouse 007, Zao 9999, Kratos Lazurg, QV390 MVX, Valdred 21, Trash Panda PNG, Tsingtao 67, Panic Don't Panic, Searing Arrow, Nim Onum, Sinister Sama, Slavolad, FTW Ability, It's Liba TV, PTG Mac, Adaboros, Acnologica, Spooky Chick, and Zul93. Thank you so much, Brain Dead, for the 20 gifted subs. And Klaus Twitch, thank you so much for the 10-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. You know why Mari's not playing? No, they just didn't select him to play. They did the same against the Shopify Rebellion as well, so... yeah, they just they sent out Zao instead. Home store in USA would be cool to have to travel these days. I'd love to see just any NA event, honestly. Like, some of the best. I mean, did I only ever work one event in NA? I only ever worked one Dallas, but it was awesome. So many people were super passionate there. I always enjoyed going to events in NA. Like, I only ever worked one, I think, but actually just going to events as a fan when I was younger as well was amazing. The NA crowd was always awesome. Especially, like, the NA crowd of, like, something like a DreamHack or so. Because, like, the crowd, for example, like a Katowice and stuff, and, like, the World Championship level events was always amazing, too. But, yeah, the NA crowd for, like, just what is, like, a DreamHack kind of level event was always, like, super passionate and amped up as well. It's super crazy. Yeah, thank you for all the support, guys. Appreciate the subs. Keep them coming. We will do our best to keep on converting those subs to StarCraft 2. Subs to StarCraft. When I came to DreamHack Dallas last year, it was like 2 years ago now, actually, or something. It's crazy. But yeah, it was. I love Dallas. It was like it was kind of wild because I didn't go to America for a long time, and then I went to America in quick succession because I went to California for Battle Aces preview, and I went to California with Battle Aces preview. Then I went to Dallas that same year. It was fun to travel a bit and get back to NA. It was very cool. But Dallas was just awesome. Dallas was just a lot of fun. Cool event, cool venue, cool place. Rip Battle Aces, yeah, Rip Battle Aces. Dem Adepts setting up here, by the way, as Zaun did open with Glaives, so he's going to get in. He's going to start killing a few drones. Just when he plays Glaives against Elazer, I wonder what triggered him to kind of decide to do this. Obviously, Ling Hydra in good enough numbers can fight off the Adepts, even if the Adepts do bonus damage to everything there. Just having Ling Hydra out in good enough numbers is generally going to be fine. The issue comes is when like 7 Adepts shade on top of like 5 Hydras. Then the Hydras just die before anything else happens. Get the Lings in front, yeah, the Lings die fast, but then the Hydras aren't dying, so their damage output kills the Adepts kind of quickly as well, so... Storm, Blink, +1 all coming through. The 8 Hydras and Groove Spines continue to produce by as well. We'll see a bunch more of these Lings heading back around the left-hand side. So Ling Hydra looking to make a push onto this top side position, looking to jump onto this Nexus. A couple Oracles are going to come through. Just going to take a chance to come straight in. And this Nexus is going to be immediately in some trouble. Stalkers, batteries, all the good stuff here, taking some shots straight away. These Hydras and Lings are going to stay active and look to put some work in, as you can see. So big attack from the Lasers. Out of supply. Dropping a little bit, loses 11 probes. The Adepts on the other side commit, so does turn this into a commitment in the end. Still didn't really kill any drones there, but the Adepts not exactly dying either. Now they might get some drones in return, so that might be where this becomes a little smoother overall. A few Hydras going to move back in. Yeah, in the end, we're going to kill as many drones as we lost in probes. So Zaun, I think, is going to be kind of okay with this, really, towards the very end of it all. A few of those Adepts still chasing down those Hydras. Stalker firing. Adepts and Stalker together going to come through, and the Lings and the Hydras going to get chased away again. Elazer looking to maybe, I mean, Elazer's setup with 39 drones is obviously to go one more time. This is where I think Adepts are actually pretty nice initially, to kind of have some Adepts on the defense, but, you know, because warping in a couple of Adepts right now can really help clean out some of the Lings and protect the Stalkers. Obviously, Storm available is just massive. That's going to make it so much easier to deal with this right now. Having Storm as Zaun in this scenario, and so far the Stasis Wards are doing wonders as well. It's going to split this army up and make it a lot easier for you to fight this. Instead of Adepts to protect the Stalkers, not even needed right now with so many Lings taken out of the equation. The Stalkers able to stand up for themselves. He loses some probes, but we're so all in as Elazer that Zaun should just be fine as long as he just holds on overall. Losing a few workers is whatever. And you see the Stalker still fighting. Ling Hydra taking damage. Another Storm toward those Hydras now. Ling's coming in from the right side. Ling's getting a wrap around on a bunch of these Stalkers as well. Okay, Stalker count going down. There's the Adept warping. Man, I feel like Zaun didn't warp in for an eternity. That can't be true, though. He has once again got some units counter-attacking across the map, so he sends some Adepts in while defending here. Last Storm used, Elazer just has no reinforcements. Obviously his worker count has been low, and with the low worker count means slow reinforcements, and then obviously some of them held back with the Adepts. Another 10 drones go down, so Zaun maintains a 20 worker lead at this point in time. Hydra Ling still coming through, Zealot Probe coming up. Just going to see the rest of this Ling Hydra and the Queens gathering about and getting ready to go. Overlord coming by as well. Getting set back into place here. Well, this Ling Hydra just gathers around, and we'll take the chance to jump onto this Nexus in the next few moments, perhaps. Another Adept or so coming through. Some units going to come in from both sides, and Elazer will try and go for this, but... I mean, his army supply is 56 to the 32. It's just... the quality of army from Zaun is actually very good. And he knows what's coming his way, so I don't blame him. Just Adept, Storm, Adept, Archon, and Storm. First couple of Storms, soften up these Zerglings. Get as many Storms out as you can, more for Archons. We should just be fine. The Adepts are trading, and Zaun looking to get this ace match victory on the board for Onside to close out this match today. And round that out. I don't think there's anything else to be said on this one. I think that is the defense. That is the supply dropping off. Obviously, the +1 attack is there from Zaun as well, in case you wonder just how this comes about. But yeah, I think this really is just a bit too much at this stage. The Archon still stepping through. Hydra goes down. Another Storm comes into place. A couple more Hydras being picked away at. It's going to try and turn back onto these couple of Queens. The Zerglings are still running over. A couple of Zealots are going to get there as well. They continue to run through. GG gets called, and that's going to be Zaun taking a 4-3 victory for Onside over the Polish power. So the series that was pending for a week or so ends up going the way of Onside. But hey, it went all the way to the A, so Polish power showing up a bit there. And not quite able to get the job done at the end, unfortunately. Alright, so Polish power against Onside gets wrapped up. What we will also do, guys, is Polish power versus the villains. Which will be... So Polish power versus the villains was Maxbax Elazer went to Maxbax, Solar Geralt went to Solar. Elazer did beat Percival, and then Maxbax and Percival beat Elazer Geralt. So what we have now is Maxbax versus Spirit, and Maxbax Solar versus Geralt and Spirit. Now, I will just say, guys, so the ruling on this one, just in case it happens, the ruling on this one was that because games got delayed and they were rescheduled, the rule was that the only downside to us allowing that to happen was that, say for example, Maxbax beats Spirit, which is likely, which is why I'm explaining this. If Maxbax beats Spirit, I'm not going to make Maxbax Solar, Geralt Spirit reorganized to play a 2v2 that doesn't matter in the series. If the series is over, the other game is an order loss because of the schedule issue that was brought up a little bit late. So that was the one rule we put in place that was explained before the match started and everything. Map score is not going to be that important. The 6 games is really for consistency and some other reasons as well. So in this case, the 2v2 will not play if Maxbax beats Spirit, because obviously Spirit needs to win and then the 2v2 needs to go that way as well, basically. So that's the dealio, and we're going to be going into Taito Citadel to see whether or not we will get to that 2v2 or not. So yeah, just instead of making a bunch of people reschedule for a game that is nigh on pointless, yeah, we just don't do that. So a little bit of a, like I say, again, it's just another like question mark of what's going on. So it's not ideal. It's not ideal. Just gonna leave it at that. It's not ideal, guys. You assuming Shopify versus Polish Power and Bonkers series after this? Nope. Shopify already played Polish Power today. Their 2 games that Dawn played are delayed, and the Bonkers games are moved completely. It's kind of confusing because the Bonkers games don't have times on them on Wikipedia anymore, but they've been left under today's time. So if you go to Wikipedia, you'll see they don't have the little eye, so you can't find out when they are because they've been moved. They've been moved for a while. But they're just under today's games because I guess they were originally going to be played today. But the Bonkers games have been rescheduled for a week already, or something. I knew about this one from a while ago, honestly, so I already knew about that. So yeah, unfortunately, no Bonkers games today. We'll fix that. Appreciate you, Cynical. Thank you. Yeah, it's just, it's not really a big deal. I wouldn't really care. It's just confusing for people, I guess. Don't worry, Cynical. You'll be receiving the new schedule to update later today. Just trying to coordinate the social Shopify. Yeah, no worries, mate. It's a tough job. It's a tough job on this one. It's yeah, this league's a bit everywhere, honestly. This league is a bit everywhere, plain and simple. Alright, we are going to go into this Spirit Maxbax game, guys. Let's click watch. Let's go into what could be our final game of the day. So it's either going to be our final game, it might not be. If obviously we get a Spirit win to keep the series alive. Again, I hope everyone's doing well. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for all the support and the subs, guys. If you did just get a sub, new replay pack went out today on the Discord. So if you want to check the Discord, you will have access to 400 plus replays that have just happened over the course of the last... you'll be able to get 400 plus replays from the last month on the stream. And they are in the subscriber channel on Discord. So if you just got gifted a sub, or if you just subbed up today, take advantage and go get yourself your replays. They are now available. And you will also have access to all previous replay packs as well if you do so wish. So yeah, got yourselves those replay packs, guys. Like I say, also available on Patreon if you want to support the tournament prize pools directly. 100% of anything pledged on Patreon goes directly into WardiTV prize pools. So you can do that while getting yourself some replays, supporting tournaments. Check it out. Gonna get this underway. Iraq's in the gateway coming through. We get settled in for a second, and we just see where things are gonna go. The probe scouts from MaxPax. Like I say, MaxPax definitely a favorite here. It's gonna be a little bit of a underdog journey for Spirit in this one, I'd imagine, but we'll see if we can pull it off, perhaps. Get this underway. Probe moving up, Cybercore the next coming about, CC is on the way through. Just gonna see the probe moving up the right side for a couple of moments so we get over there. That probe just pulls back, and now the Reaper on the map for us to follow for the next few moments. Getting this underway. Reaper, I'm just going to be jumping up. Him and sending the Helene coming around. We've seen the Stalker in the center gathering up. Reaper going to take a few more shots. Good force field. Wow. Force field's the Reaper hop. That's actually pretty sick. It's very rare you see a force field on the Reaper hop. Guarantees the kill on the Reaper. Nice little grab. Going to be seeing the Hellion come through for a couple seconds. Get that on the way. It's going to be seeing a Hellion coming about. Again, Blink, the Warp Gate coming through. Just going to see the Gateway and the probes coming as well. Medevac, SCVs, and the Mine continue to come about. Just going to see our Hellion heading back around down to the bottom side of the map. So the Hellion pulls away. The Hallucination going to look to get a journey into the main base. I'll look around here to see what's going on. And yeah, Medevac will finish up on the starport soon. Widowmine, the Marines coming by. The Marines is going to be there to chase the Hallucination away for a couple of seconds, and yeah, so far so good. The Medevac continue to boost out of here, getting this away for the moment. SCVs, Marines, Tech Labs all building up. We do have ourselves the Widowmine looking to get into the back of this third, and back around up to the high ground in the next few moments. Hellion dives into the natural probes. Pull, Stalkers, Sentry chasing. Hellion goes down. Widowmine does get killed as well, so good defense from MaxPax so far. That could have been an overcommitment. That's a nice shot from the Widowmine though. Stalker dead. The other Stalker splash goes low. Now the Marines get a Sentry 2 out of this. Keep chasing. I don't think we'll get that low HP. We might get the low HP Stalker. It kind of felt like it stayed close for a moment. No blink yet, so that Medevac is going to be out alive for the moment. Marine and the tanks coming over then, so we take a couple seconds. Starport just chilling, the Medevac coming through. Set up for a couple of moments here and just have ourselves the Medevac continue to boost for a couple of moments. First lifts. Maybe seeing the Araxol gathering. Stimpak combat shield building through them. We get that on the way. So have the first one attack and that charge continuing through as well. So we're bringing that up for a couple of moments here. Let's see what else is going on. And upgrades coming through. Got Stalkers from MaxPax looking to make a bit of a push at the front as well. So get in position. Take a few moments. Marauder army still gathering, and I have an empty Medevac looking to step forward. Obviously, Stalker's still poised to maybe do something. Alright, so we just have ourselves the Bioforce actually going to be the one to make a move. Stepping through, Stalker's going to get chased. So we've seen that Bio Army coming across. A couple of tanks gathering. The Stalkers will... Going to take the chance to continue through. A couple of Stalkers going to be there. Medivacs taking a bit more damage. We get rid of another mine. Big stim from the Bioforce, and the Stalker's still being chased. So it's going to charge through. The Sentry going to pop a Guardian Shield. A couple of tanks will get sieged. They are going to blast. That Stalker goes down immediately. Yeah, Marine Marauder Medivac coming through. Widowmine Barracks all coming up. The Medivac's going to pull back down to the bottom of the map here. These Zealots are going to get moving as well. So again, take that chance to get across for a moment. And we just see this army continue to settle down. Marine Marauder Medivac all coming through. Army gathers up. Just going to be seeing the command center coming across as well. The Zealot coming by. It's going to have the chance to move across here for a couple of moments as well. The army, the Zealot's still backing away. Maxpac's ready to kind of pounce as the third CC gets taken from Spirit. Maxpac's already poisoned himself to at the very least have the chance to go if he wants to. I don't think he's got enough units. It's just Stalkers. The few Zealots are setting up. I guess it's more of a run by. If you take attention away to the left, you can run by with the Zealots on the right. Stalker's going to shoot. The Depot's taking some more damage. We do see the Zealots getting turned back the other way. And Stalker's blink back one more time. It's just getting out of there again. Marine Marauder Viking coming through. Add on those Widow Mines. Medivac's gathering. Sunster in the bunker coming up as well. Stalkers, Zealots will come by. Just going to be seeing the Zealots, and the Stalkers going to open up this set of rocks. So just knock down these rocks, open up that space, a chance to get to the high ground here. And get to that position on the high ground to make something happen. And again, the bio splitting nicely. Zealot Stalker Immortal coming through. A couple of Widow Mines able to go off toward a bunch of these Zealots. Now the bio able to start stepping over as well. And Colossus laser beaming down. A couple of SCVs. Now the rest of the Zealots are going to come across also. So they're also going to move themselves in at the moment. CC coming back around. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers getting chased off. 15 workers going down. Again, that bio gathering. A couple of Zealots getting killed. I mean, so many SCVs dropping. The Zealots in the natural putting some work in too. As we hold this position, Max Packs from the villains of StarCraft 2 looking to pounce through and trying to take this. Sorry, question from the YouTube, didn't see that, Black Mesa, but are the matchups fixed? Yes. So teams get given the map list, and they must pick their players per map before the series starts. So the full all 6 games are predetermined. The only game that's not predetermined is the ace match, and that is something you can pick at the time, if it's needed. But yeah, all 6 games in the regular games that get played no matter what do come through. We've seen the bio still gathering around. Coming about for a couple moments. Just going to be seeing the Widow Mine burrowing up. Again, Robo Facility armor upgrade coming through. A couple of probies coming up as well. Zealot Stalker still pushing through. Just going to see the Colossus coming around. Just going to be seeing the army firing. The Colossus still stepping forward. Bio pulling back. Zealot Stalker Colossus coming across. Yeah, I mean, there's just too much from Max Max. GG's. Villains of SE2 will take it 4-1. Close us out. Win this out. Victory. 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 Beautiful stuff. Cool. Hey guys, appreciate you all. That's gonna be it for us today. So, yeah, that's it. Not really much else to say, guys. I don't really have much to add for you guys. I'm just going to call it there. And I will see you guys on... next one, I suppose. I'm trying to think if there's anything else exciting to chat or think about. Don't really think so, though. Yeah, I don't really think so. Cool. All right. I appreciate you all. I hope you all have a great day. I'm actually not here the next 2 days, by the way, so I'm off Saturday, Sunday. I'm going to go play some cards. And, yeah, I'm going to go and reschedule and write angry messages about Team League and get this league sorted out. So next time you see the league, it's going to be whipped up into shape, no messing about, all that good stuff. Hope you guys have a good weekend. It's very rare I take a full weekend off without traveling somewhere, so it's going to be a weird one for me. But yeah, I'll be back, like I said, on Monday for WardiTV Mondays. I appreciate you guys. I will see you guys on Monday. Yeah, see you guys on Monday. You guys have a great time. Bye.